Good morning, everyone. I'm Ellen Aronson, the Regional Director with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. Many of you will remember that you saw me here last time we met, the first meeting. I'm sorry, I don't know whether to get closer or farther away. And I want to welcome you to our second meeting of the Hawaii Renewable Energy Task Force. We're really pleased to be here. We're of course always pleased to come to Hawaii, but we're also really pleased to be working with the state so closely on issues associated with renewable energy and to have the task force working with us, all of you. So I want to thank you for that. One of the things that's happened, one of the big things that's happened since we last met, and a lot of things have happened, and I won't give you the full litany of those things, but one of the big things that has happened is that the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has published proposed notices of sale for offshore wind sails off Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Virginia. And this is a really big move for us. The last project that we had where leases were actually issued was Cape Wind, and that was a project that we had inherited from the Army Corps of Engineers and completed. But these are our own. So it really shows a lot of growth in the renewable energy program in the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. And if you go to our website, you can read about those proposed notices of sale. Comments on those notices are due in, I believe it's the beginning of February. And the sales are expected to be held sometime in 2013. So that's really exciting. One of the things that's worth noting about those proposed notices of sale is that they really are a product of our coordination with task forces in these states. So it really reflects the way that we have worked together with the members of the task forces and with the help of the members of the task forces and independently on our own with all sorts of different kinds of stakeholders. So the result is, I have some numbers here. Let me see if I can. The result is about 175,000 acres off Rhode Island, Massachusetts, about 9.2 nautical miles south of Rhode Island, and offshore Virginia, about 113,000 acres, 23.5 nautical miles off Virginia. So I would encourage you guys to look at those. I think that they're really interesting, and they help inform us all as we go forward with the renewable energy program associated with Hawaii and the Hawaiian Islands. The other thing that I wanted to mention, and John Smith is going to talk about this in some detail, but for those of us who were not here at the last meeting, those of you, I was here, at the last meeting, I just wanted to remind you that the task force is a very, very important vehicle for us to coordinate with the full spectrum of federal, state, and often local government agencies as we look at issues associated with renewable energy offshore the Hawaiian Islands. So we're really happy to be here. The last thing I want to do before I allow Mark Glick to come up is just let you know who we are here from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. We have John Smith, who is sitting at the top of the table. John is our renewable energy coordinator for Hawaii. Many of you already know him. Mark Eckenrode, who is standing at the door, is our person who's working on our coordination efforts on the Hawaii Clean Energy Initiative Programmatic EIS, and many of you have met him at different venues. Sarah Giltonen is over here. She is our specialist on coastal and marine spatial planning, and has been involved in meetings associated with coastal and marine spatial planning here in Washington as well as on the West Coast. And Donna Schrader, who's over here, she's a marine ecologist and works on our fisheries-related issues. And we have Doug Boren. Last but certainly not least, we recently reorganized, and so we have a section in our office which is addressing specifically renewable energy coordination. So he's the chief of the renewable energy section for us. Many of you met Joan Barminski last time we were here, and Doug now works for Joan and manages the staff and works with the staff to make sure that we're as responsive as we can be and that we are doing the best job we possibly can in the area of renewable energy. So I want to thank everybody for that. And Mark Lick is here, so I want to give the floor to him for a moment.
Thank you, Ellen. Again, it is a pleasure to be here. I think Ellen has talked really well about the collaboration effort and the dialogue. I think for us, she also mentioned the programmatic environmental impact statement that we are pursuing, really under the lead of the U.S. Department of Energy. Jim Spaeth is here, representing Department of Energy. But for us, it's a key, I think, in all of the development issues to make sure that all of the stakeholders are engaged, are working together, and that we are listening and incorporating that feedback into everything we do. So that's a key element, and we're very excited by this process. As we move more to sort of incorporate those comments, you'll see the State Office of Planning play a much more vital role. And so a lot of you have been working with Jesse Suki. I think you'll see him great more in this process moving forward. I also wanted to acknowledge my staff here, or the staff of the State Energy Office, who are actively engaged in this. We've got Veronica Rocha, who's our head of renewable energy, and Andy Gill, who has been really one of our key point players on ocean matters, and some other technical resource areas like geothermal. Let's see. I don't know if any of the other staff are here yet, but we'll certainly. Oh, Maria Tomei, who's our senior advisor in renewable energy, and certainly has a wealth of information. So we're here to help incorporate your comments and to help move the dialogue forward. So very good to see you here today. And as I said, Jesse Suki has just entered. Wave, Jesse. So he's the head of office planning and a key partner on this issue. So we look forward to the dialogue. Thank you.
So as we move forward with our agenda, you'll notice, those of you who were here last time, that we did make a commitment to have extensive discussion about the cable, the cable issues primarily. So what kind of issues come up? What kind of issues are people interested in and think that more information is necessary as the Department of Energy goes forward with its analysis, and as the state and others consider the inter-island undersea cable. So much of the agenda today is dedicated to that. So you'll see that just following up on our last meeting and providing additional information and input to ourselves and to the state. So to move us along, we have the benefit of having a facilitator. So I'd like to introduce our facilitator, and that's Bennett Brooks over here. He's with CBI. He'll probably tell you a little bit about himself. And he is ably assisted by Alana Kimbrell, and she's over here. And she's going to really create cogent notes for us from the meeting so that you'll all have them sooner than you've had them last time. It'll be easier for us to do this. They worked with us recently on an Oregon task force meeting, and it really went well, and I think that we got all the material out in record time thanks to Bennett and to Alana. So we're happy to have them here. All right, here you go, Bennett.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you today, and Alana and I are enjoy getting to do these state task forces. We're handling a number of them around the country, and it's quite interesting to get a feel for how each state task force works, the areas that you focus on, and each one is a little different, and it's exactly for the reasons Ellen and Mark were saying. It's a partnership, and so the partnering state, of course, has unique interests and a focus, and that is ramified in the conversations that each of these state task forces have. Our job here is to both obviously capture the discussion so that there's a cogent synthesis of the work that you're doing and the comments that we hear. As well, we'll do our best to keep you on track. It's quite a busy schedule today, but we think we've got an agenda that makes sense and will get you a lot of good information and also create some opportunities for discussion around the table as well. The purpose here, again, just to reiterate a little bit of what both Ellen and Mark have already said, is primarily to make sure that you all are informed on the latest developments in offshore renewable energy here. And obviously this meeting has a particular focus on the transmission cable, and that will really capture the bulk of our attention and time in discussions today. Very specifically then, as well, a takeaway and an outcome that we hope to see is a conversation towards the end of the day around what are the data gaps, what are the needs that you all see given the hats you wear, given your various jurisdictions and responsibilities, what other information needs to be brought to this process. So we hope to have a good conversation about that at the end of the day as well. And then just more broadly to foster sort of the coordination and the collaboration that really is what these task forces are about. So those are our goals. We'll do our best to keep us on track, move us along, and make this as productive as possible. Just to give a scan of the day, the morning really will be a focus on updates, a variety of updates starting with BOEM, then into DOD, and then we'll hand it back to Mark and let him give an update from Debit's perspective on what's been going on this issue. Then we'll take a quick break in the morning, and then we'll hand it off to a couple of speakers from University of Hawaii who will share some of the latest work on studies they've been doing. In the afternoon, we'll have a few more updates, and then again, as I mentioned, we'll have a discussion really focused on what are the key information needs, and that's where we'll really be looking to draw you into conversation. Along the way and after each presentation or group of presentations, we'll create an opportunity for some brief question and answers. So it won't really be the perfect opportunity to get into discussion until later, but we do want to make sure that folks have an opportunity to pose a couple of questions on presentations that you will have heard already. One important note is there will be a public comment period at the end of the day, so we expect that to be at around 4 o'clock. That's when we're scheduled to adjourn. As task force members, you are welcome to remain if you'd like, to listen to the questions or comments that come from the public. You should also feel free to excuse yourselves and move on to other work. We know you have lots on your plate, so it's up to you how you want to handle that. Just a couple of ground rules, sort of meeting protocols for how we'll manage the meeting and what we ask of each of you. Most importantly, we ask you to participate actively. You're here because you have a lot to contribute, and we all want to hear the thoughts and concerns, questions that you have. So please, chime in, let us know what you're thinking. We're a large group, and I suspect we'll get larger as the morning goes on, so to the extent that you can keep your comments focused, that will help create time for others to fold in as well. Important note is that this task force, the conversation is around the table for the agency folks who are at the table. I know that some of you have more agency staff with you than are at the table. We will look to you to fold in the voices of others from your agency or organization if you think that's appropriate. So we ask folks around the room not actually don't chime in, but look to your counterpart at the table to bring you in if there's something you wish to contribute. If you wish to be recognized, you've all got these name cards and they're very handy. If you just turn it on the side, I'll know that you want to get into the queue, and that's how I'll be aware that you have a comment to fold in. So I just ask you to do that. It makes our task a lot easier. And then before you speak, each time, if you can, before you speak, if you would just state your name and what organization or agency you're with, that'll be helpful for the tracking of discussions along the way. A couple of other quick points. If your cell phones aren't off, if you could turn them off, that would be great. Obviously, if you need to take a call, we ask that you step outside of the room. Ellen's already mentioned the meeting summary that Alana will be preparing, and we'll get that to BOEM in short order so they have a good record of what happened here. I don't know if there's any media in the room. If there are, we would ask that you go to Ellen or Mark at breaks or over lunch if you have any specific questions that you'd like answered. I'll note that we've got a phone up here with a microphone sticking into it, and that's because in a little bit we expect Fred Engel with the Department of Defense to patch in for the DoD's portion of this agenda. We don't expect to have anyone online at any other point during the day, so just be for a quick moment or two. Two other notes. You will see in the back corner there is a large camera pointing at me, I think. Didn't know it was going to be here. Would have gotten my hair coiffed much better. But my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the gentleman back there is P.F. Bentley, and he's with a group called Hawaii247.com. And so he will be recording the entire meeting, and then it will be uploaded in its entirety onto YouTube. He is not broadcasting it live, but we wanted you to understand who's here and what they're doing. And lastly, if you did park, there is a little machine out there to validate your parking, and so if you get your pass, it will drop it from $24 to $8, so you should take advantage of that. So with that, I'd like to go around the room and just let people self-introduce, just name and agency you're with, so we all know who's in the room. Sarah, you want to start, please?
Sarah Giltonian, leasing specialist with BOEM.
Cal Kobayashi, Energy Coordinator, County of Maui.
Hi, Emily Stevens, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Good morning, George Young, Army Corps of Engineers.
Steve Frano with NOAA Office for Ocean and Coastal Resource Management.
Benjamin Barron-Taltree, National Ocean Service.
Ide Zoki, National Marine Fisheries Service. Aloha.
Sarah Potsky, I'm the Coastal Marine Spatial Planning Program Coordinator, as well as the CMSP Regional Planning Body Secretariat.
It'll help if you turn off your mics as we
Yeah,
go down. Thank you.
We can only keep 3 on at a time, so as soon as you use it, just turn it off. Thanks.
Good morning, I'm Lisa Bonata. I'm with NOAA Fisheries Office of Protected Resources here in Honolulu.
Aloha kako, my name is Malia Chow. I'm NOAA's Sanctuary Superintendent for the Hawaiian Islands Humpback Whale National Marine Sanctuary.
Good morning, Ken McDowell, United States Navy Pacific Fleet Headquarters here in Hawaii.
Good morning, Nick Ferratello, the Chief of Naval Operations, Energy and Environmental Readiness Division, Washington, D.C.
Aloha, Aaliyah Herman with Department of Land and Natural Resources, also the State Co-Manager of the Humpback Whale Sanctuary.
Good morning, Veronica Rocha, State Energy Office, DBET.
Andrea Gill, State Energy Office, DBED.
Mark Lick, State Energy Office.
Ellen Aronson, Bureau of Ocean Energy Management.
Doug Bourne, Bureau of Ocean Energy Management.
Jim Spaeth, U.S. Department of Energy.
Gordon Moore with the Federal Aviation Administration.
Aloha, Lisa Oshiro Suganuma with the Office of Native Hawaiian Relations for the Department of Interior here in Honolulu.
Aloha, Linda Chin. I'm with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, Land Management Division.
Hello, I'm Julie Cachola with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands Planning Office.
John Wiltshire with the Department of Ocean and Resources Engineering at the University of Hawaii.
I'm Sandy Shore. I'm with the School of Ocean and Earth Science and Technology at the University of Hawaii.
Aloha, I'm Larry Cutshaw. I'm with the Hawaii Natural Energy Institute, which is part of the University of Hawaii.
Aloha, Kevin Foster, Fish and Wildlife Service, Honolulu.
Aloha, I'm Josh Adams with the U.S. Geological Survey, Biological Resources Division, Western Ecological Research Center.
And Alana Kimbrell at the end. And we'll just very quickly along the room, again, if you could just state your name and organization you're with, please.
Dave Hellbank, U.S. Geological Survey. Dave Nichols, National Marine Fisheries Service.
Tiffany Packett, Marine Corps Base, Hawaii.
Kabir Bender.
Greg Titsui, 169 Aircraft Control and Warning Squadron, USG.
Thank you.
Aloha, Maynette Venom from the University of Hawaii at Lainoa.
I'm James Sabiki from the Department of Land and Natural Resources.
Asia Yuri with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Sustainability Coordinator in Honolulu.
Wendy Wiltsey, Environmental Protection Agency.
Bill Kucharski, AECOM, Honolulu.
Okay, over to...
which most of the island opposes.
Good.
Aloha.
Thank you very much.
Aloha. Henry Curtis, Executive Director of Life of the Land, intervener in PUC dockets on Dry Island, Cables, and Big Wind.
Thank you.
And lots of other dockets.
Thank you.
Carlton Psycho, Office of State Senator Mike Gabbard.
Maria Tome, Hawaii State Energy Office, Stephen.
Aloha, Kristen Olecki, U.S. Department of Interior, Office of Consular Affairs.
Hi, Christian Hackett from Patriot Energy.
Good morning, Marty Sakamoto from Biological Capital.
Sam Wayne from Patriot Energy. Mike Pepler from Exterior Energy. Carl Stalkoff from Exterior Energy.
Aloha, Andy Spielman with Hope and Bubbles.
I think we missed you in the corner back there.
We got this gentleman.
Oh, okay.
Aloha, Donna Schrader, marine ecologist at the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management.
John Smith, OCS Renewable 1, 2, 4, 3, 12.
Great. So thank you all. And with that, what I'd like to do is invite John up. I'll keep popping up and down as the meeting goes on, inviting folks in for questions and then leading the discussion later this afternoon. John, it's all yours.
Okay. I'm going to try to get by without the mic. That's a problem. Let me know. I think we have great acoustics here. Let's do a test on that, okay, folks? Everybody can hear just fine? Yeah. Okay. All right. What I'm going to do at this point is provide a brief overview of the task force. We had one meeting today, March 7th, 2012, and let's see. So I'm just going to give you kind of a brief overview of the history, why we were formed, and what we're up to. So, all right. Starting out, the task force was formed, was established by the Secretary of the Department of Interior, Ken Salazar, in July of 2011 in response to a request from Governor Neil Abercrombie. The requested formation of the task force to enhance intergovernmental coordination and planning and facilitate effective review of requests for OCS leases and rights of way grants for power tables. So that's why we're here and why we were formed. We have, as I mentioned, one task force meeting, the first task force meeting. The first task force meeting was March 7th, 2012, and what we accomplished at that meeting is both Boehm and Devin shared information with all the task force members about their respective renewable energy programs and activities. So kind of just a kickstart to understanding what our roles and responsibilities were and what's happening in the state, and we shared that with everyone. So it was an educational forum. We also discussed collaborative steps that can be taken to plan for future renewable energy activities on the OCS. And the results of that meeting are posted on our home website, Renewable Energy State Activities. You can go directly to Hawaii, and you will find a full listing of the results of what happened at that task force meeting. It includes the meeting agenda, the PowerPoint presentations, overview of the BOEM program, overview of the debit program, and as well as the attendees of that meeting. So you kind of keep that inside your mind. Go there for a full overview of what was happened at that task force meeting. And now the goals for this meeting. We want to, once again, we want to update the task force on all the renewable energy activities both BOEM and debit are involved in. DOD will describe its process for conducting site assessment reviews of the OCS for compatibility of renewable energy activities and military operations. That's a very important step. There's a lot of military activities offshore Hawaii. We need to understand how the critical nature of those and what renewable energy is compatible, offshore renewable energy development can be compatible with that. So we work very closely through the task force with DOD, and we'll have several presentations, discussions today about that. The site assessment process that DOD goes through. The other important objective for today's meeting is to disseminate information on the inter-island cable, related studies, and identify any technical, environmental, or research data gaps that may exist. So that's where we're really looking for your input and advice and guidance. And finally, we will be discussing the steps to be taken to plan for renewable OCS Renewable Energy developed. There's a lot of things we could do in terms of looking to the future, in terms of studies and other types of forums like this, which we can share information and address issues. So we want to talk more about that at the end of today's meeting. At that point, I'm going to stop and we'll go into the next part of the agenda where we actually hit the roll updates. And I'm going to, Sarah Hilton is going to cover in this section the agenda renewable energy program related activities that BOEM is involved with. Particularly coastal and spatial planning types of related activities. And also, Don Schrader is going to provide us with an update of the environmental studies that BOEM is supporting related to Hawaii. We'll also have in this section a discussion of the DOE process for site assessment. We'll be linking in Fred Eccles hopefully on the phone and address that. Parapella, who is here, and he's going to be a critical part of that too, making a short presentation. So just at this point, turn it over to Sarah.
Thanks. I'm going to speak really briefly about a few non-task force activities that BOEM has been involved with recently. First is a ocean planning workshop that took place here in Hawaii in October. I'm going to start at the beginning for anyone who's not familiar on how ocean planning has manifested itself nationally. So in 2010, President Obama signed an executive order that adopted the National Ocean Policy. And under the policy, there are 9 priority objectives, one of which is coastal and marine spatial planning, also known as ocean planning. And this is a non-regulatory tool for ocean and coastal resource managers and regulators of uses to make better decisions about those social, economic, and cultural uses of the ocean with significant public and stakeholder input. And it calls for managers to work together very closely rather than operating in the silos that's how planning has taken place historically. So for the purposes of ocean planning, there are 9 regions around the country. We're sitting in the Pacific Islands region, and each region has a regional planning body. This is the entity that will actually do the work of ocean planning. Here in the Pacific Islands, the Regional Planning Body, or RPB, is comprised of federal and state agency representatives and also representatives from American Samoa, CNMI, Guam, and the Western Pacific Fishery Management Council. So, though the RPB has not yet been officially stood up, many pre-planning discussions have taken place. We know that for good ocean planning, it needs to be based on sound science and data, so the value of planning is directly related to the quality and quantity of science and technology available. During these pre-planning discussions, it was decided that the region should hold a workshop to address human uses and habitat data, their availability, and spatial management of ocean resources to begin determining what science and geospatial data are needed for ocean planning in Hawaii. So though the Pacific Islands region includes the insular areas, this workshop focused on just Hawaii initially, but it's likely that similar workshops will be held in the territories in the future. So there are about 100 participants in the workshop from a wide variety of organizations. The first day focused on human uses, the second day on biophysical data and technology platforms to host that data. Some of the objectives that we achieved at the workshop are listed here. I know personally I learned that there really is a lot of existing data out there for Hawaii, though data sharing and integration can be problematic at times. Communications within the agencies and scientists on the islands is actually pretty good. And future efforts to gather, integrate, and use data should be driven by the questions that data will answer. And those questions should be articulated by the regional planning body with significant input from the public and stakeholders. Though BOEM is not a named representative to the regional planning body, we have significant interests in the region because of renewable energy activities, and we do have a lot of science to share. So we supported the workshop by serving on the advisory and steering committees and by funding the meeting venue. NOAA is in the role of the federal co-lead for the regional planning body, and NOAA will be distributing a summary of the workshop in the near future. Sarah Potsky is the secretariat for the regional planning body and has given me permission to point her out. You can feel free to approach her if you have questions specifically about the RPB, or you can ask me as well. I'll move on to one of the projects that was presented at the workshop. This is an interagency agreement between BOEM and NOAA Coastal Services Center. BOEM is funding the project and NOAA is actually doing the work, and it's the Pacific Regional Ocean Uses Atlas. BOEM's need for the atlas is really to inform renewable energy planning, but the tool should be really useful for other ocean planning activities that require an understanding of the ocean uses patterns. So the NOAA team will collect spatial data on the full range of human uses of the ocean through consultation with use experts, and they'll create tools for us to understand patterns, hotspots, conflicts, and compatibilities with renewable energy development. This project will take place on the OCS offshore Washington and Oregon, and also in the OCS and state waters here in Hawaii for the main Hawaiian Islands. I'm going to go over this really briefly. The method that they use to gather data is through participatory GIS workshops. They tap into the knowledge of people who are experts on the marine environment through regular observation. And this group mapping environment is really conducive to gathering robust data. Somebody forgets something, someone else usually remembers, and it's very difficult for an individual or group to sort of game the system because of the group environment. This method and the photo may look familiar because they've done this type of mapping in Hawaii before for the Hawaii Coastal Use Mapping Project on Hawaii and Maui Islands. As I said, they tap the knowledge of people who are experts about the marine environment and the uses that take place there, and this is just a sampling of the type of folks that those might be. I'm sort of glossing over this project because you'll be hearing more about it soon, but this is just a non-inclusive list of the uses that comprise that full spectrum of human uses of the ocean. The team is aware that, especially here in Hawaii, there are some unique activities. I heard about plastic bag fishing, so they'll adapt the list to whatever uses take place in the particular target geography. As I said, you'll be hearing more about this project soon. The team is going to map Washington and Oregon first, and then we'll start scoping and outreach in Hawaii in spring of 2013 with the workshops targeted for winter of 2014. So that's just kind of a teaser for now. You can ask me if you have any questions, and there are handouts on the table outside with more details. You can also contact the NOAA project coordinator, Hugo Selby, and his contact information is listed here. And now I'm going to turn it over to Donna to talk about our studies program.
Thank you. I just wanted to give you a brief update from our environmental studies section at the Pacific region, and called a few studies, and then later on I'll be giving a more detailed presentation on the work that we've done with electromagnetic fields. But first of all, our studies program has existed since 1973. We've completed over 306 studies at approximately $141 million. Currently, we have 26 ongoing studies in fiscal year 2012, and 18 of these are related to renewable energy. The others are related to the other programs which we manage at BOEM, oil and gas and marine minerals. We've added 6 additional studies for this new fiscal year. 5 are renewable energy studies, and 3 are especially relevant to Hawaii, and those are I'm going to talk about here for the task force. The first one is the inventory analysis of coastal and submerged archaeological site occurrence near the main Hawaiian Islands. The second, habitat affinities and at-sea ranging behaviors among main Hawaiian island seabirds. And the third one, a marine biogeographic assessment of the main Hawaiian Islands. And I'll go over the goals and aims of these in a second. But I want to kind of give an overview of how we do science at the agency. When we have basically different kinds of studies, depending on where we're at with our program. And first of all, when we're with a new industry like renewable energy, or a new area where we haven't worked before, like in the Hawaiian Islands, the first thing that we do is go out and collect a bunch of baseline data. And all these studies are related to baseline information. And for most of them, the results of these are widely available to any person or entity, and we post all the information on the web, and the data are available. The exception is, of course, if we have sensitive information, cultural resources, or proprietary information that may be related to fishing. But at this point, what we're trying to accomplish is a really broad understanding of the region, so we can interpret projects and ideas in the context of a larger scope of the region. And that's what these first 3 studies are going to do. Okay, so the first one, what we call the inventory study, what we'd like to do is to accumulate information on the submerged and terrestrial cultural and archaeological sites and site types. From this, we will create a georeference database of the known, reported, and potential historic shipwrecks off the main Hawaiian Islands. And then we're going to develop and identify and develop a database of coastal historic properties that could be adversely impacted by any alteration of the view from the ocean. And so from this will be surveys and also ethnographic studies. The second study, which will collect baseline information, is the habitat affinities and at-sea ranging behaviors among main Hawaiian Island seabirds. And this study, actually, we have the primary investigator here, Josh Adams with the U.S. Geological Survey, who can, if you have any other questions, feel free to ask Josh about the specifics of the study. And this one I'd like to call out that a lot of the work that we study is not done by in-house scientists. Some research is, but mainly what we use, our studies program, is to go out and find the most appropriate and the best available scientists and contractors to do the work. And because of this, we heavily partner, we rely heavily on our partners at both the federal, state, and contractor levels to go out and collect the information for us. And in this particular study, Josh, from a credible avian biologist from the USGS, he's going to be the primary investigator, and he'll be working collaboratively with other federal and state agencies to accomplish this work. But anyway, the objectives here is what we would like to do is to gain an understanding of the at-sea habitat utilization of the seabirds within the main Hawaiian Islands. There'll be various components of the studies. First of all, we're going to collect field studies, and then we'll compile and analyze the remotely sensed and modeled habitat data to examine the relationships. And the reason why we do this is that once we understand where the birds are, the habitat features that they're keying on, then we can create a model that will be able to predict over a broad scale of where the hot spots for the seabirds might be. Then the final study, I'm going to talk about the marine biogeographic assessment in the main Hawaiian Islands. Our main partner here is NOAA, the biogeographic team. And there are a number of objectives here. They're going to determine the spatial and temporal distribution of the trophic groups, families, and species offshore the main Hawaiian Islands. They'll identify the location of the ecologically unique and productive habitats offshore the main Hawaiian Islands. And they're going to determine the ecologically important areas that are being utilized. Finally, to identify areas where offshore renewable energy projects might be located to maximize the energy production, but minimize the potential impacts of the marine environment. And that is the brief review of these 3 studies, and Sarah's going to wrap us up with the partnership plan.
Thanks. All right, this is the last slide. In July of 2012, DOI and the Department of Defense signed a Memorandum of Understanding on Renewable Energy and the Renewable Energy Partnership Plan. The purpose is to help DoD develop renewable energy in the interest of greater installation energy security and reduced energy costs, and also to help DOI meet its goals of increasing renewable energy generation from public lands and the OCS. There's a couple components. There's the offshore wind partnership plan, Installation Renewable Energy Partnership Plan and the Alaska Initiative. And so the goals are really to power the military, reduce energy costs, and grow in energy independence. We're going to focus really on the third bullet today, working together to identify areas most appropriate for offshore wind development. That's one of our goals here in Hawaii. And we're going to hear more about that next from Nick for the DoD Site Assessment Review. So with that, I think I'll open it up for Q&A.
Yeah, I just want to see if there's any questions folks have for either John or any of the presenters today. Anything so far? Any questions? No? And let me just note, the presentations will be put up on the web. Is that correct, John?
Yes.
Okay, great. I think I saw a comment over here. Jim?
That was my question.
Okay, great. Anything else? No? All right. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Fred, do we have you on the line? Fred Engel, are you there?
Maybe not.
Morning, yeah, this is Fred Engel. I'm here. Sorry, the cell phone connectivity here in Mexico is, well, marginal at best. Can you all hear me?
Perfectly. Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear, Fred.
Okay.
I'll just introduce you real quick. Fred Engels is a member of the task force, and he is the Associate Director of Energy Mission Compatibility, Office of the Secretary of Defense, and Fred leads the effort of the DoD in conducting the site assessment work offshore. For example, compatibility of renewable energy development and military operations. So Fred's going to make a few introductory remarks, and we will also make Garatello, Chief of Naval Operations, Energy, and Environmental Readiness, and I think we'll have a short PowerPoint. So Fred, at this point, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you, John, and thank you to Mark and Ellen for having us as stakeholders on the task force. And as John said, I'm going to hand this off to Nick to go into the actual presentation. Nick and I are members of, I think, we are members of every task force that BOEM has established for renewable energy offshore. So we've done a lot of these meetings. We have looked at a lot of lease blocks. And so let me just start out by saying that the Department of Defense, we understand how important energy security and developing our nation's domestic energy resources is, how important that is to our nation. That would include then developing those resources in the waters off of Hawaii as well. What we want to do, though, in the task force process is to make sure that that such development is compatible with the activities that the Department of Defense conducts offshores. And as you all know, DoD has a large presence in Hawaii and particularly in Oahu, and we do a lot offshore. And so we have representatives from PAC Fleet. Ken McDowell is there. The Navy is the big player, but the other services are involved as well. Our office, the Office of the Secretary of Defense, is committed in the task force process to make sure that what you all get as a task force membership is a fully vetted DoD assessment, so that no one's going to come back, a year into this process and say, hey, we're this particular program within the Department of Defense and we do this activity out here and you can't put wind turbines there. We're here to make sure that doesn't happen. So that's, I spoke with my boss this morning. He asked me to pass that along to you, that is our commitment to make sure that we run everything to ground so that there are no surprises, because you all don't like surprises any more than we do. A little more background on our role in the other task forces. We've assessed over 2,000 lease blocks in the Atlantic. We have the Oregon assessment underway right now. We're working on the Hawaii assessment. Nick will talk a little more about that. Of the 2,000 lease blocks we've looked at in the Atlantic, we've come up with about 75% of those can be developed in a way that's compatible with our activities in the Atlantic. And we have some different categories. Nick will go into those details. The important thing to remember here is that the Department of Defense is really, we're just another stakeholder here. We have no regulatory authority. We rely on BOEM and the task force to make a fully informed decision. And so we will, sometime in the future here, when we finish up our assessment, we'll be presenting the DoD assessment of the waters, probably focused initially on the waters around Oahu, because that's where most of the attention seems to be. But we aren't decision makers here. We just bring our assessment to the table. So, and I apologize for the uneven connectivity. I wasn't sure if we're taking any questions at this point, so I guess moving it to Bennett and John. I'll hand off to Nick and let Nick go ahead with the presentation. Is that the protocol?
Yeah, I think that's what we'll do, Fred. We'll just let Nick present and then open it up to both of you.
Okay, great. Well, I'll go back on mute and I'll stand by for any questions.
Thanks.
Okay, once again, good morning, everyone. Nick Ferratello, the Chief of Naval Operations, Energy Environmental Readiness Division. We've got Fred on the line. This is normally a presentation that Fred would give representing the Office of Secretary of Defense. Again, I'm doing it in his stead, so I'll try to answer any questions you may have, and we'll also go to Fred at the end. A little bit on the methodology and how we conduct offshore assessments. And when I say we, referring to the entire Department of Defense, Navy being one of the stakeholders in that, Air Force and Marine Corps and Army as well will participate in that process. If you're following me along on the slides, I'm actually going to work from the bottom up to the top as we go through the methodology. The methodology for looking at the Outer Continental, on the East Coast, what we refer to as the Outer Continental Shelf, evolved out of oil and gas assessments, working with Department of Interior in 2009, 2010. DoD and the Navy identified certain mission critical areas on the Outer Continental Shelf and then categorized those in terms of what would be compatible with oil and gas development, surface structures, or incompatible due to certain restrictions. A similar methodology was adopted once BOEM stood up the task forces for renewable energy in the offshore federal waters. And a little bit on how this gets conducted. There's a level of analysis that goes into this for each state. To date, we as Department of Defense have already completed 10 assessments meant for East Coast states ranging from South Carolina up to Maine. And as Fred mentioned, we have the Oregon and the Hawaii assessments underway currently. Within each service, they conduct the processes a little differently, but essentially the methodology is the same, is that the Navy will reach out to the local affected commands that are using those waters, for example, here around Oahu, and they'll basically determine what type of activities are occurring there and whether they are compatible with either structures in the water column or structures that are going to extend up into the airspace. Then those areas are overlaid, and those activities are overlaid with the BOEM lease block grids, and the assessment methodology looks at where the op areas are, where the warning areas are, some nuances. An op area is basically somewhere that's a defined boundary where the Department of Defense operates on the surface or the subsurface in case of the Navy. Warning areas are related to airspace. They can be from the surface of the water up to an unlimited height. And then also the Secretary of Defense's office takes into account Homeland Defense radars. These are long-range radars looking out over the ocean that are basically looking for non-cooperative aircraft or targets that may be inbound to the United States. This is a significant role because what happens here is that we have the air traffic coverage, but anytime an aircraft is not transponding, these long-range radars help to determine where they are, and you might often hear of an aircraft getting intercepted in order to make sure that it's a friendly aircraft. I'll provide you in a minute an example from one of these states that we have completed of what an assessment looks like for renewable energy on federal waters, and begin by explaining some of the categorizations that the Department of Defense makes for this methodology. One would be a wind energy exclusion area. On the map, you'll see them labeled as red. This is for a given technology where the DoD activity that's occurring there is incompatible due to, it may be for something where there's live fire or gunnery or training exercises that occur. It may be for low-level tactical flight, where these maneuvers cannot be performed in other air or water space, and by virtue, again, live fire where it could cause harm or death to someone. Next is site-specific stipulations. And again, there's a whole host here. These will be identified on the charts as yellow areas. This is where DoD feels that compatible development of wind energy can occur given some stipulations. A couple of examples of those might be that the wind turbines control electronic emissions given certain frequency ranges either during the installation, or they coordinate with the local affected commands within DoD on their installation schedule to ensure that they can deconflict in the electromagnetic spectrum. Other restrictions, again, might be related to the long-range radar, where the height of the turbine could affect the radar, and there's a couple methodologies there where they could overcome those limitations. It might be restricting the height of the turbine, or it could also be with developing some type of repeatable radar system that could project out beyond the wind farm. And then other site-specific stipulations may involve other features such as hold and safe harmless agreements, and that's essentially where DoD currently conducts live fire operations, that if a missile shot or a surface gunnery exercise were to have an errant shot, that the Department of Defense would not be held liable by the developer, given the nature of the activity that has been occurring in that water space or airspace. And then finally, unrestricted areas. You'll see some of these along the East Coast. These will be represented by green, and this is where the Department of Defense has low interest in that water space, either because they don't conduct training or operations in those areas, or there simply would be compatible and DoD is comfortable with any type of development that would occur in those areas. So that's a little bit on the methodology. What I'll do now is, because the Hawaii assessment is currently underway, I'll show you an example of a completed assessment and kind of also talk through a couple things that will help increase the fidelity of the assessment for the Navy and the Department of Defense going forward. One of the items is that we as a service are inherently risk averse, so that, and I say coming from an aviation background, if you've ever listened to an aviation brief, it's not pretty. It would scare you. You wouldn't go flying with us, because we talk about all the emergency procedures. We describe basically everything that could go wrong from takeoff to landing, and that is there not to fret, not to worry. It's so that the procedures are in place when something does occur that allows us to basically react and anticipate that. And that's kind of the shape that our assessments and our methodology takes, is that we assume the worst case. So the more fidelity we have in what type of wind machines would be used, what their footprint would be, that would allow us to increase the fidelity of the assessment and allow it to be, in our instance, less conservative and hopefully more accurate. So given that, I'm going to present the completed assessment. This is publicly available on the BOEM website. If you look under the Virginia tab, you'll be able to see an example of this slide. Just to orient you, for anyone who's not from the East Coast or not familiar with it, what you're looking at is you see Virginia there, and Dam Neck is Virginia Beach. So that area, that strip up to the Chesapeake Bay, is Virginia Beach proper along the Atlantic coast there. And then you see NS Norfolk, that's Naval Station Norfolk within the Chesapeake Bay, where the carriers, ships, and subs are based out of. And then you see as you go north of the Chesapeake Bay, you see the eastern shore of Virginia, And then again, I started describing warning areas and op areas. Those are, as you see on the map, depicted with the blue lines and the black lines. And they're essentially, in some areas they may be slightly different, and here they're essentially the same areas overlaid atop one another. Again, for the state of Virginia, some things that made these areas that you see depicted here as red or incompatible was to the south where you see Dam Neck. There is a number of live fire operations that occur in that little pie-shaped area. It was a former surface gunnery training school where they actually shot shells from Dam Neck, from a school there out into the water. Today that's currently used for live fire training, for boat training. And currently they launch target drones, which are used for combat systems checks, where the ships will actually, as you go to the east in Whiskey 72, they'll conduct live fire training against these target drones launched from Dam Neck. So obviously, any time there's a live fire activity, that's going to limit the compatibility with anything, not just renewable energy, but oil and gas as well, or other permanent surface structures. And then same is true to the north. Up in W386, Whiskey 386, you'll see there Air Kilo, represented with a K, is also a live fire area where multi-services conduct live fire training and air-to-surface bomb X's and missile X's in those areas. So that left the state of Virginia, when we presented the assessment, with what you see in yellow here as where DoD felt these areas would be compatible with renewable energy development, and some of the reasons for the site-specific stipulations are yet to be defined as the lease process moves forward. But some examples may be, again, for the long-range radars that are looking out over the Atlantic waters, there would be certain density or height restrictions that DoD would ask to be put in place, as well as certain electromagnetic emissions. And then again, we would also ask that we would coordinate with the developers on the installation schedules, so that, given the opportunity, we could make a compatible schedule where the installations and a large force exercise wouldn't be occurring in the same area at the same time. So given that, I'm going to first turn it back over to Fred for any comments he may have if he's still on the line, and then we'll open up the floor to questions.
Well, thanks, Nick, for giving that brief. Just to elaborate a bit more on Virginia, the reason we chose to offer up Virginia as the example as opposed to, for example, the state of Maine, is that the Atlantic Fleet, as you all know, is based in Norfolk. Pacific Fleet, obviously, Pearl Harbor. So we see some analogies then between assessments from what we're seeing here in Virginia and what we may be seeing as we go forward with the assessment for Hawaii. The other thing is, with regard to the air defense radars, there may be mitigations in the future that aren't available yet. There are a lot of folks working on software upgrades to the processing for the radar data. The key thing here, and you all may know this, but just in case you don't, when you have a wind farm, an aircraft that is not operating its transponder, when it flies over the wind farm, the air defense radars, or any radar for that matter, cannot detect that aircraft. Now, why is that important? Well, on 9/11, the first thing the bad guys did when they got into the cockpits of those 4 aircraft was to turn the transponders off. So suddenly, a mission that was going away, in other words, the old system of tracking airborne targets with primary radar, that mission suddenly became important again. So this is something that a lot of radar manufacturers and DHS, DoD are looking at mitigations for primary radars and wind farms, offshore and onshore. So I guess that's pretty much it. We're ready for questions then, John and Bennett, if you want to go from there.
Yeah, let's. Thanks, Fred. We've got a couple of minutes, so let's see if we have any questions for Fred or Nick on anything they've talked about. Any comments or questions? Please.
So this is specifically for wind. Would you do these types of assessments for a wave or a tidal? Or I work on ocean renewable
That is correct. And again, one example is the Oregon Task Force. They've asked the Department of Defense to look at both wave generation and wind machines, wind turbines in the water. And so we have to conduct 2 separate assessments. And so basically to keep them, so you're seeing, you know, the different technologies so they don't aggregate to the point where you can't discern where a good area would be. So yeah, when going forward, what we do is keep the different technologies separate. And again, whether it be wind technology, marine hydrokinetic, the more details that the Department of Defense can get early in the process on the footprint and the specifications enables us to make a more accurate assessment of the potential impacts to training and operations.
Good. Thank you. I think there was another question here. And again, if you could state your name and the organization you're with or agency.
Hi, I'm Zilke, NONEX. I was just wondering if you guys are also including any kind of known UXO, benthic UXO areas in Hawaii.
So are you looking at unexploded ordnance?
No, the assessments that we have conducted are for current mission compatibility. So current operations that have gone on. We realize that on the East Coast there are there's from the predate World War II era, there's UXO dumping grounds in certain areas that are identified on charts and maps, and we don't take them into consideration for current operations when we're assessing where the wind turbine placements might be.
I don't know, I'm not sure that's something that anybody has taken into consideration yet, but it's something we should look at as well.
Okay. So the suggestion is we should keep UXO on our radar and consider the potential conflict there. Good. Any other questions, please?
So Julie Cachola, Hawaiian Homelands. I just have basic questions because I'm very new to this, so excuse the basics here. So does BOEM have a jurisdiction to lease, I think you talk about lease blocks on all of the ocean area. I don't know where the jurisdiction lies.
Okay, I'm going to turn that question over to BOEM.
This is Fred. I'm sorry. I'm having a real hard time hearing the question. So I'm wondering, Ben, could you restate the questions? Because there's a couple there that I think there might have been some more to add to, but again, I can't hear it. It's breaking up.
Okay, Ellen, I'm going to jump in real quick and kind of repeat for Fred. Fred, I'm going to repeat 2 of the questions. One was related to different technologies on the Outer Continental Shelf or in federal waters, whether it be wind machines or marine hydrokinetic. And I just basically answered that those would be separate assessments that we would conduct with the example of the current Oregon BOEM task force. And then the next question.
Okay, but let me just elaborate a little more then on that. When we started these assessments in Virginia in, I think it was 2009, we asked then MMS, what does an offshore wind farm look like? And we were told basically we should look at what has been installed in the North Sea. So those are monopile structures in relatively shallow water. Obviously, those things aren't going to work off of Hawaii because of the water depth. So over time, working with BOEM and then asking BOEM to talk to the Department of Energy to give us a better sense of what does a floating wind platform look like, and how big can these things go? Because we hear discussion about the way to make offshore wind work is to scale these things up, move them out into deeper water where there are less conflicts with their stakeholders. So our assessments right now, we're assessing for wind turbines that are as large as 15 megawatts and as high as just over 800 feet to the tip of the rotor at its highest point. So our assessment methodology has evolved, and I think as Nick mentioned, with Oregon, with the wave assessment, we were asked by BOEM to do that, and we basically said, you need to tell us more about the technology. So the lesson here is that our assessments are very much dependent upon the information that we're providing. We need to know what technology we're looking at. What do these things look like? Is it a tension link platform structure? Is it a quaternary traditional mooring system structure? All these things get thrown into the mix as we do as we do our assessment. So hopefully this helps answer the question.
And Fred, we'll move to the next question that's asked, and that was regarding unexploded ordnance on the seabed and whether we account for that during the assessment. And my brief answer was that the assessments we conduct as part of the task force relate to current missions and the compatibility with those missions across the various services. And I know that some of the other task forces have had discussions on UXO.
Right, okay, so for UXO, for those things, when you look at a nautical chart and you see a box that says disposal area and all that, the Department of Defense, our involvement right now is we don't consider that because that's a function that the Army Corps has, and we can hand you off to the right people in the Army Corps to answer that question. But from a DoD perspective, what we're assessing for are offshore energy technologies that are going to be the compatibility of those technologies with testing, training, and operations. These legacy seabed disposal sites that's a function of the Army Corps. Well, obviously part of DoD, but it's not really a mission compatibility assessment. And now, again, we can help facilitate getting you all in contact with the right people, and DoD does have some of the information. Of course, we provide another part of the Office of Secretary of Defense is responsible for the policy regarding unexploded ordnance on the seabed. But that's not what these assessments are about.
And let's, maybe you can just repeat the last question, then we should probably bring this piece to a close.
Okay, and then I believe the last question was for BOEM, kind of a general question on the process for the renewable energy rule. So if there's no other questions related to DoD, I'll let Fred go here and I'll step down from the podium.
Ellen?
Yeah, Julianne, I just wanted to clarify that you're asking about our jurisdictional limits. That's the question, correct? We're responsible for the federal offshore lands, so that is from 3 nautical miles from shore, we're going to mean high tide, I believe it is, out to the boundary of the exclusive economic zone, about 200 miles.
I do have a DoD question.
Okay.
On the MOU, there's a public lands withdrawn for defense-related purposes, withdrawn lands. Do you know withdrawn lands in Hawaii?
Fred, the question is public lands withdrawn within Hawaii. Again, we conduct the assessment with the same BOEM methodology of 3 nautical miles seaward. So we don't, during the task force process or the assessment process, we don't consider the public lands.
Jim, I see you've got a last question.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'll just amplify that a little bit more. For onshore energy and for energy in state waters, we have a statutory process that was put in place in the National Defense Authorization Act fiscal year 2011 that established a siting clearinghouse who our office is part of that. And so that onshore process is linked very closely with the FAA obstruction evaluation process. That's separate from what we're doing here with Department of Interior BOEM in federal waters. Just to clarify that.
Thanks, Fred. Jim.
Forgive me if I missed it, but where are you in the process of performing this assessment, and when might it be completed?
Okay, Fred, the question is where are we in the process of performing the assessment and anticipate when it might be complete? And again, I come back to the part of the process that I'm responsible coordinating for the Chief of Naval Operations are the Navy assessments of the Navy training. We as a service have put those together. Marine Corps and Air Force are doing likewise. And I really need to turn that over to Fred to answer because he is the one who collects all the different service inputs for the Secretary of Defense. Has to include other situations such as the long-range radar piece, working with PACOM or the combatant commands as well. So there's a couple different pieces that need to be tied in. And one other piece we haven't even mentioned is what's on the seabed in terms of the ocean cabling. And there is a specific Navy Seafloor Cable Protection Office that works with us as well. So these are all parts that we, being the Navy and OSD as well, the Secretary of Defense, have to pull into the process together. So I'll defer to Fred on the specific timeline on when the Department of Defense will have a completed assessment.
Thanks, Nick. I would say that we should be ready to at the next task force meeting. Presumably, that will be no sooner than within the next month. So, from 1 to 2 months, we should be ready with our assessment. But Nick's exactly right. We rely a lot on Nick and the Chief of Naval Operations staff and their work with Marine Corps headquarters to compile the Department of the Navy part of this. We also work with the Air Staff, Headquarters Air Force, who then works with PACAF and with the Air Guard. As you all know, the F-22s based there at Hickam are Air National Guard assets. And then, of course, there's the Air Defense Radar, and that's a combination of the Hawaii Air Guard and and PACAF. So there are a lot of DoD pieces here that all feed into this assessment. In our office, we compile all that, put it into a single shapefile, deliver it to BOEM, and brief it to the task force when it's ready. So I'm thinking 1 to 2 months we should be ready to go.
Good. Okay. Well, thank you, Fred and Nick. I think we should push on to the next piece here. Fred, are you going to stay on the line, or should we be letting you go?
I've got some iguanas I got to chase out here, so I think I better go.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Thanks. Bye.
We're going to move on to the next part of the agenda, and that's Mark White, Energy Program Finance, to be better for provide us with an overview of Hawaiian Energy Initiative and state activities, and particularly just how it relates to cable. Mark.
Thanks a lot, John. Just thought I would do it from up here. We were debating on whether we do it kind of casual sitting there, but everyone else has done it so effectively up here. I think I'll do that. And for those of you who have attended the previous meetings, we provided similar overviews, but this will add a few more elements, and I'll try to describe some of the key issues that are going before us. But I'd also like to kind of ramp up how we got here and how we go about it. So, what I think has been widely acknowledged is the 70% Hawaii Clean Energy Initiative goals and policies and mandates have really been a good formula for state action on clean energy, making progress on renewable energy and energy efficiency. So the first thing you do in order to really move that forward is you assess the potential, and you do that as effectively as you can. And I'll point out some of the specific ways we've done that. Then you set goals. The state has set goals really for the last 2 decades, which have translated into higher goals, and ultimately in the 2008-2009 time period into codified public policy, actual laws. And then the scenarios to reach those goals, really crucial. This meeting is about the next step, which is really keeping the public informed and engaged. Even in the drafting of scenarios and reviewing all of that activity, there's a role for the public. And then as you implement, as you move to deployment, creating the right kind of regulatory environment to make it work, and then you deploy. Now, in terms of the knowledge base, building the information that this is based on, there's been a lot of collaborations, and I think you've heard a lot about these with National Renewable Energy Laboratory, the Department of Defense, which we've often said is our ace in the hole, and private contractors like Booz Allen Hamilton. There have been roughly 46 documents. Some of them have been full-fledged, peer-reviewed, or contracted reports. But they range from everything from clean energy or renewable energy focused summaries, all the way to things like policy analysis, the roadmap, the HCEI roadmap, and ultimately things that are pre-deployment, such as dealing with environmental review. So that's what's taken place over the 5 years, or the 4 to 5 years since HCI was initiated. The scenario analysis is the one that identifies all of the different renewable energy sources and solutions, energy efficiency, transportation, and puts them all together, assigns prices, does resource assessments, and tells you how you can get to your final goals. And as you can see, Hawaii is kind of blessed with having all of the essentially options that you could have at your disposal to get there. And here's how it breaks down on the analysis that was conducted between 2008 and 2009 by Booz Allen Hamilton, and with some updates in 2010. Now, I think it's crucial, of course, with resource assessments changing and prices of componentry, installation changing, that these things be updated. So we have re-engaged with the Department of Energy and sought their assistance in updating this, and that's being done as we speak. And we hope to see drafts of that either by the end of this year or later this month, or in January or February. Certainly it's an important part of the process, but you can see through this that there's a range of prices for achieving a certain amount of energy delivered under a particular scenario. This one is called Scenario 8, and that is geared to be able to deliver this much clean energy in terms of the renewable energy portfolio standard goal of 40% and the efficiency goals of roughly 30%. Once you have that, I talked about a little bit about the regulatory environment, and there should also be incentives where you can bring them to bear. In terms of the things that you might fall under the category of a stick, would be the renewable portfolio standard itself and the energy efficiency portfolio goals in law, feed-in tariff, regulatory issues. There's a whole regulatory regime that we're continually working together on with the Public Utilities Commission, feed-in tariff, net metering, decoupling, and something that is increasingly important as you try to build more intermittent power into the system is to ensure that you have as robust standards as possible to ensure that you don't artificially set a lower bar on what can be safely and reliably entered into the system. And then there's transportation goals. Now, transportation goals are the toughest of all because it's a really difficult subject. So we're reaching out even further, and some of you here in the room, like the Environmental Protection Agency and others, are taking a greater leadership role in trying to help us sort through that. On the incentive side, tax credits have always been a hot topic of discussion. They continue to be here. How long do you keep them into place? At what rate? Legislature will certainly take on that issue under the guidance or leadership of the Department of Taxation this coming year. But it has been an important part of helping deliver this, and of course, making sure that that whatever you do on the state level works seamlessly with what's going on at the federal level. And then on the efficiency side, enormous incentives, almost $40 million a year going into from a fee on your electric bills for those of you who live here. And that goes into the Public Benefits Fund, which helps fund rebates and other incentives for energy efficiency. We have formula grants. We're finishing up our spending on the Recovery Act money, and we do an enormous amount of technical assistance to help things move along. So one of the technical assistance pieces has been trying to streamline permitting and to make it more efficient, actually help improve the process. So we work very closely with the Department of Health and also and we're increasingly working with county and state and federal agencies. This actually is a pretty good example of looking forward into what might be happening in terms of some of the overlapping federal jurisdiction. One of the key things, though, if you go to energy.hawaii.gov, you'll see all these tools, basically under investor help tag or icon, and that has a whole series of things. We've got a online permitting wizard, so basically if you had any project of any kind of renewable energy project, you could put in your parameters and it would spit out a list of the appropriate permits that you would have to deal with. In many cases it'll be a couple pages long. And then other work, the GIS mapping, I think you got a little picture of that in a previous discussion, something very similar to what we're doing at the state level. So there's a nice timeline of all of this. You build in the body of knowledge and the specific actions that deal with improving the regulatory environment, and then adding new laws to make that work, a whole series of them, as you can see. And it's led basically with like-minded individuals that really want to see this happen, with increases in terms of the overall penetration of renewable energy into the picture. And likewise, we'll see, I'll have another graph that shows that we're making significant gains as well in efficiency. Although, you know, we're ever mindful that there's so much more to be done. This is kind of the crux of it, and that's the reason why the interconnection issue that I'm about to talk about briefly has become so prominent. As you can see on Oahu, this is sort of a demand and renewable energy potential graph, and it shows that, you know, most of the islands have enormous amounts of pull, but based on their demand, they have excess amount of renewable energy, means they could be, for the most part, energy self-sufficient. Oahu, of course, with the great population, has enormous energy needs and can roughly handle about a third of those needs through renewable energy. So the strategy to interconnect the islands came about that as a result of that. In the scoping meetings, and which occurred previous to my becoming administrator, and then under this broadened approach, has consistently showed where had comments that were consistent from, and as you may have heard this morning, that where there are clear points of view about what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. So it's really crucial that we have our scenarios reflect that. So in the updated scenario analysis, you'll see there will be a scenario once that's released sometime next year. We expect to see one scenario that shows that there may be a cable route that goes directly from Oahu to Maui and doesn't actually touch on several other islands which have expressed strong opinions about large-scale development. So it's making sure that our planning and our analysis match what we're hearing out there. Now, in terms of, are we really making some progress? You know, as we look at what we need to do to hit the RPS goals, and we believe that interconnection, meaning you know, getting some of the abundant resources from other islands and sharing that and stabilize rates and have other benefits to it. There's a lot that we're doing simultaneously, and we're trying to pursue all of this at the same time. So in the course of this, we've become #1 in solar water heaters per capita, the state of Hawaii. And another big issue, because of our leadership by example with state buildings, we've emerged as #1 in energy savings performance contracting per capita. And also made great gains in cumulative installed PV per capita and per purchase power agreements. Of course, for us as an economic development agency, we're extremely excited about the clean energy, green jobs that have been created, and that growth has placed this #3 in the country. Efficiency accomplishments, a lot of it's been under performance contracting, which began in 2009 with a $34 million capital project. The Department of Transportation is bursting forward with $155 million in performance contracting, and another 29 to 30 million on the table for some other improvements. And then there's a whole host of other activity with the Department of Education and others looking at this. Efficiency savings means that the state, and we're hoping that private sector will follow through as well. These are examples for and templates for the private sector to follow that will create enormous savings. I'll be updating this soon. We believe that the solar related construction expenditures for this year will approach basically a quarter of all construction expenditures in the state. Listen to this carefully. Quarter of all construction expenditures in the state for 2012 will be associated with PV installations. So it's kind of it's been really big help to the construction business. We've really targeted distributed energy and rooftop installations, solar water heaters. So you can see the improvement there, particularly in the last 4 years since the policies were enacted. This chart's about the green job growth, 14,000 by this year, and again a little bit more detail on the cumulative installed PV capacity. But we're also trying to build jobs in a different way, and that's through innovation, through accelerators that create kind of an ecosystem for really hot topics. And we're putting together some several different agencies that have expertise in this, and one of them is the Hawaii Renewable Energy Development Venture, and it's part of PICTR and affiliated with the University of Hawaii, and also our own at DBED venture kind of investment group led by Carl Fuchs. And we're building a brand new division that really targets innovation. We'll be working closely with the National Energy Labs and others. But again, it's about figuring out ways that we put all these pieces together in a single sort of enclosure, a place where people can work together and solve problems in a very short time period. And we're talking about 6 to 8 months to design specific solutions, and we'll try to bring funders to the table and see if we can move those forward. That kind of approach has really made great gains in other parts of the country, and so we're marching forward on that. So that's pretty much a lay of the land. In terms of the specific activity going on regarding the cable and this notion of, well, the RFP that the Hawaiian Electric Company is initiating for 200 megawatts of intermittent power, which could involve a cable to deliver that power, but not necessarily. You can Google HECO intermittent RFP, and it will give you dozens and dozens of documents that you can leaf through, and you can look at the new schedule. It's expected that sometime in the first quarter that the RFP will be ultimately issued, and of course it will take several years to work its way through the system. And there will be, I think, enormous avenues for input as that occurs.
Great. Thanks, Mark. We have time for about one question or so. Anyone have a burning question for Mark, please? Yeah, if you just give it a little bit, you gotta push the red light. There you go.
Yes,
Name? I'm sorry. Could you state your name and agency?
I'm Luis Vega. Hi.
I realize that you're reporting on stuff that took place before your time, and some of the reports are a bit dated, but I think that it's really amazing to me that we're in Hawaii and we don't include OTEC in the discussion. The resources are so ample and well proven. I just have a hard time, especially when we show that Oahu doesn't have enough renewable energy. When you use OTEC, you can cover all of the needs for Oahu. If you develop electric cars, you can even take care of that aspect. So I hope that in your new study that you're going to commission, they will include OTEC.
Yeah, certainly. You know, the existing scenario analysis has basically 100 megawatts targeted for ocean or including OTEC, and I think that was particularly designed because of a HECO term sheet for that. So it's something that, you know, and as you know, Luis, the investment, the DBED is even made with working with NELHA to continue working towards that. It's a difficult path because we want to see progress to substantiate keeping it on the horizon and in the scenarios. I'll be looking very closely to see how it's treated in the updated scenario.
Good, thanks. And before we go to break, I'll just underscore what we've heard already from the first couple of presenters is a tremendous amount of activity, and we'll hear a lot more of that after the break. And just, you know, highlight that the more we know we're hearing, the more that folks can sharpen the pen, the more they can be more responsive, the more they can develop plans that can, you know, respond to the issues that you have, the regulatory responsibilities that you have. So as we go forward, let's keep thinking through those kinds of issues, and we're starting to build a little list of what are some of the data needs. So we'll keep pushing at that as we go forward. We'll take a break for 15 minutes. We'll reconvene at about no later than 5:11. Thanks. Okay. So first off, let me just note that I've heard loud and clear the 85 people who came up to me and said, it's freezing in here. So my hands are likewise frozen, and we've talked to the venue, and it seems like it's getting warmer. So hopefully it will keep getting warmer. Was that a thumbs up to make it warmer? All right, so I feel the temperature changing, but we'll keep tracking it. So at this point, we'd like to shift to dig a little bit deeper into some of the studies and work that's being done around the inter-island cable. And there are two presentations from folks with the University of Hawaii. At first, we'll hear from Alexander Shore with the School of Ocean and Earth Science and Technology, who will share with us some of the latest surveys and reports that they've been doing. And then we'll hear from Larry Cutshaw, who will give us information on the Hawaii electrical grid integration studies. We will take a break again after each one of the presentations and provide an opportunity for some Q&A. So with that, it's yours.
Good morning. I go by Sandy. I'm Sandy Shore for obvious reasons. I'm an associate dean at the School of Ocean and Earth Science and Technology. My boss, Brian Taylor, has given this presentation previously, and in fact, although it was just mentioned that this is on recent work, in fact, all of the work that we did was in 2009, 2010. And we're simply bringing you up to date on what was presented to DBED, provided to DBED, and will be incorporated into their environmental impact statement and environmental assessments, the data that we collected and compiled on their behalf. There are 4 reports, which I have provided at least one, and I will certainly provide all 4 to the group here for distribution and posting on the websites. They're all public. They've been public for some time. We were tasked with carrying out studies based on existing data, compiling and evaluating existing data and assessing gaps in that data, and then undertaking surveys based on endpoints that were provided to us on the various islands to assess appropriate or viable routes based on the physical properties of the seabed and of the region between those endpoints. I want to make it very clear that we did not define them, and we're basically simply assessing the physical capabilities to to run a cable between these endpoints, not any political, economic, or other criteria. All of the data that were collected have been provided to DBED, and that's many, many gigabytes of information. It includes bathymetric data, the water depth in great detail, based on a towed system as well as surface vessel multi-beam sonar data from both of our research vessels, the Kaimikaio Kanaloa, KOK, and the Kila Moana. The primary data that we collected was collected from the KOK during 2 cruises, one primarily for side-scan sonar and detailed bathymetry data collection along specified routes, and the second for video coverage, almost complete video coverage along the entirety of those routes. Excuse me for a moment while I... We ruled out several areas immediately, basically based on the preliminary assessment and our own understanding of the region. The submarine canyons in the slides north of Molokai say that there's basically no viable route along the north side of Molokai for any submarine cable in our view. And in addition to that, the western side of Penguin Bank, very steep. There's very limited ways to get up that up the slope of Penguin Bank, and then there's a number of a number of coral reefs around the islands which need to be avoided or paid very, very close attention to. There's a number of other properties, but these were issues that we ruled out, criteria we ruled on immediately and did not follow up on. This is an example showing some of the data that existed before we carried out our work. This was data collected by the U.S. Geological Survey south of Oahu. Very clearly it shows a number of the dump materials from construction of the airport, a number of other projects. In addition to that, as has been alluded to earlier, there's unexploded ordnance that's not visible in these, but we collected quite a bit of information on that topic as well in the course of our work. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and others have compiled considerable data on the nearshore, and we incorporated that into our desktop study. This is one example showing some of the shallow water benthic habitat data that they've collected. All of that data is available, and we recompiled that and pulled that together and incorporated that with the information that we provided to DBED as well. It is not original work of ours. This shows some of the tools that we use for conducting the surveys. We use the RV AHI, which is a hydrographic survey launch that's operated by National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration here. We contracted with them to carry out the surveys of the near shore. That can work in water depths up to about 10 to 20 meters very, very successfully. And we completed a large number of gap fills around Molokai, Lanai, as well as some around Oahu, on specific parts of Oahu. That's the upper left there. The vessel below that, the KOK, or Kaimikaio Kanaloa, is our submersible support vessel. The submersibles were used in a later stage of this project to go down and observe some of the UXO, some chemical munitions in particular, but the primary aspect of the KOK's operations was to tow side-scan sonar and video along the routes that we designated initially as our first, for the first pass. The Kila Moana, shown at the left of the bottom, is the other vessel we operate. It's a Navy-owned research vessel that we operate for academic research, and we used 2 days of time on her back in 2009 for filling some gaps of particular interest, both for understanding the bathymetric data with its very high precision multi-beam echo sounder, as well as backscatter data, which is processed from those same data to create a geologic map, essentially, sonar map. The sonar that we use for the detail mapping is the center, shown in the top center. It's an EdgeTech DT1, 100 kilohertz nominal frequency. It's dual frequency, but the higher frequency was of very limited use. We primarily relied on the 100 kilohertz sonar on that, as well as a multi-beam bathymetric system for near-bottom, very high precision work. It's owned by the Naval Research Laboratory and was contracted for this job. We also collected some magnetometer data, and the lower center there shows a tow camera that we used, which was collected video along the entire length from about 2 to 3 meters elevation above the seafloor, towed very slowly along the length of the entire route for about 10 days. It was quite a fun operation. And I think that pretty much shows the primary tools that we used. We did some ROV work in conjunction with the submersibles, but primarily during the initial surveys, these were the tools on the left were the ones that were used. We also incorporated LiDAR bathymetry data collected by the U.S. Geological Survey, and there's sub-bottom information here. The lower profile there shows you what penetrating sonar will show you about sediment thickness. One of the key issues about laying a submarine cable is how hard is the substrate. Will it be possible to bury it? And if it is possible to bury it, will it stay buried? On the left side of that profile, you see a very muddy region with lots of stratified reflections. On the right side, you see a much harder ground. That type of analysis was done along the entire survey. Those data were collected from the towed vehicle, so they were collected very nearby. Here's a few video grabs just showing a handful of examples of what the seafloor looks like. We have many, many gigabytes, and those have been analyzed by the individuals that are working on the environmental impact statement, which is not us. DBED can tell you who's involved with that project, and there's been a number of groups, a number of individuals involved. But these data are, as I say, were collected almost along almost the entire route that we surveyed, and provide a very good idea of what the surface environment looks like, the substrate, how hard it is, what sort of organisms are there, and whether or not there would be a suitable way to implant a cable in the bottom. This is a summary of proposed and alternate cables. Those are provided in much more detail in the 4 reports, and in the final report has the summary based on all of the analyses that we did. In addition to the first cruise in which we assessed the physical characteristics, we then filled in with 3 other cruises. The first one was to do 2 days of multi-beam bathymetry with a keel Moana, and that's included in the first report. The second one was to undertake 2 submersible dives to take a look at some of the chemical ordnance and to identify whether or not specific targets were, and in fact confirmed to be, chemical ordnance in the general vicinity south of Oahu. And we've discussed that in that report. And there was a 3rd cruise in which we filled in a couple more gaps, and then a final report in which we look back at the data in the context of assessing where the state boundaries were through the humpback whale sanctuary and addressing some specific questions that were asked of us about alternate routes by DBED to address the difference between federal and state waters and running cable in those two different areas. And this would be okay, all of these, I think it's better to take a look at the real reports to address the issues of what cable routes are recommended. But this is an example of the route between the Kaneohe and connecting to South Molokai and on over to Lanai route, the one which would have been the best route for deploying based on the physical characteristics of the seafloor. And those are all of the figures that I've got. As I noted, there are 4 reports. This one, which is called Final Report, was the first report based on the initial surveys. And then when we were brought back to assess some specific questions, there are 3 subsequent reports, 2 based on the additional field programs, and then the 4th one. They were all submitted to DBED in between late 2009 and the end of 2010. And they will all be made available to the committee. I had hoped that they'd actually be circulated to you prior to this meeting, but in fact, that didn't happen, but they will go up on the website very shortly. And I'm happy to answer questions. I don't have any other illustrations to show you, but I can certainly address questions.
Thank you. That's a really helpful scan of the work you've been doing. Appreciate it. Any questions, please?
Andrea Gill with the State Energy Office. Not a question, Sandy, just confirming those reports that Sandy mentioned are already on DBED's energy website in one single document. Great. So they are available now.
Okay. Thank you, Andrea.
And can be certainly made available to BOEM's website or wherever else.
Good. Good, thank you. Questions on the work that's been done to date? Anything?
Maybe I helped get things back on schedule.
You have certainly gotten us back on schedule. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, good. So next we'd like to invite, Larry Cutchaw to come up and again present the latest on Hawaii electrical grid integration studies. So,
Good morning. I'm Larry Cutchaw. I work for the Hawaii Natural Energy Institute. I report to Dr. Roshila, who reports to Brian Taylor, who's the Dean of SOAS. So that's the connectivity. We're a research unit inside that school. Rick's on travel. He's in Europe with the Office of Naval Research, which is where some of our funding comes from. He sends his aloha and wishes all a good meeting. There have been 2 studies that university has been involved in, OWITS and HSIS. The OWITS is the Oahu Wind Integration and Transmission Study, and then the Hawaii Solar Integration Study. Those 2 studies have been funded through the Electric Energy Department at DOE. And in addition, the HSIS program was funded by funds from HECO and from HNEI from other programs that we work on. The study team it was kept relatively small. Hawaii Electric, Maui Electric are the subject matter experts bringing the operational conditions at the utility company, are the real experts in what needs to be done operationally to keep the grid stable and moving. The grid's about generating electricity and having it match the load and match it every second and every sub-second of the day. Very challenging problem. University of Hawaii HNEI on this particular team served as the principal investigator, a funding source, and a technical advisor. General Electric is well known for its modeling. You'll see some of the charts coming up that cover that. They were the modeling subject matter experts. NREL, National Renewable Energy Laboratory, were the facilitators and are writing up the final reports. And AWS True Power is a data source company, and they had a significant role in here in making sure that we had the kind of data that was necessary at the right resolution and fidelity to be able to do the models and run the results. The Oahu Wind Integration Study, OWITS, was completed back in 2011. The results are on the HNEI website. They're also available on the Utility Wind Integration Group website. They're available on NREL as well, and there might be others. I just Googled it before I came in today just to see. The 3 sentences that follow are quotes from the executive summary of the report. And it talks about if you have 400 megawatts of offshore wind and 100 megawatts of off-island wind energy, it could be solar, it could be wind, that can be integrated into the electric grid while maintaining system reliability. That was a really big outcome, to have this study take large amounts of wind off island and show that you could manage its application to the grid, reliably use that system without taking down the grid. So integrating this wind energy along with another 100 megawatts of solar will go a long ways to helping eliminate the amount of fuel that we burn, the number of barrels of low sulfur fuel that we have to import, amount of coal that we burn each year. All of these things have financial impacts, and the more we can reduce those on a daily basis, the more money that stays in Hawaii to do things both with job creation and social services. The following, or the last comment in there about the wind and solar plants will comprise about 25% of Oahu's projected electricity demand. Utility company did some projections out into 2015, and that's the data that we worked with. What's the grid going to look like? How big is it going to be? What's the load going to be at that time frame? And so doing this simulations and having it reach such a huge number is very significant and shows the importance of and the ability to integrate renewables into the grid. So the solar integration study was created because the OIT study showed that there was more to be done. And basically, can we increase the size of the solar that's available? Can we increase the size of the wind? And what impacts do that have, and what are the upper limits? So the objective from a study standpoint was to analyze the performance of the grid with these high penetrations of wind and solar. And you want to look at things like how much energy can be delivered, what the emissions are, what the curtailment is, what kind of up and down reserves you'll need, and what kind of operating costs, and what kind of impact daily operations does this have. And then you want to do very rigorous analytical models of that electrical system and create very robust data sets at the right fidelity to allow you to run those models, to identify the operational challenges, and to develop mitigation strategies. You know, how you deal with things like different resource mixes and different operating practices. And it turns out the utility company is one company, but it's located on 3 different islands, and they have different operating practices, and they have different mixes of renewables, and so the challenge is slightly different on each one of the islands. This study took that into account. You also want to assess the impact of each mitigation strategy across many timescales of system operation. And what does that mean? That means from sub-second, millisecond range to seconds to minutes to hours. And you'll see that in one of the charts coming up. And the last thing in the study objective was to recommend new technologies and requirements to help increase this penetration. And that can be things like software, like demand management systems, and it can be tools like forecasting, being able to tell when the clouds are going to cover the PV arrays. The other piece of this study that was very interesting was very early on into it, we realized that the number of and size of the PV systems was too small, that it could quickly absorb a small amount. So they ratcheted up the number of PV systems that were distributed and got to larger and larger numbers, and those numbers are what actually got run in the test. And so when the results are out, you'll be able to see some pretty amazing stuff about the resiliency of the grid. So the process we went through from the study team, we assembled the stakeholders, we assembled the technical review committee, and we put together a study team. And you saw the members of the study team. The technical review committee were subject matter experts from places like EPRI and from Oak Ridge National Labs and from some of the utility companies on the mainland, all coming to help see the results that were presented about every 3 to 4 months. So to validate the data sets from 2007, which is the last sets we had that OWITS used. So we want to use the same kind of data sets, keep the programs similar based on the same data so that as you moved and tried to do comparisons between the 2 programs to see what the results were, you would have some common ground. So develop and validate these data sets that include supporting the model simulation year, which is out to 2015 when the utility projected what they would look like. So the other part of the process was to host the TRC meetings, do the technical reviews, and do the reporting. And it'd be a room similar to this. You would have the GE-led team presenting the results of the study, and you'd have a room full of subject matter experts walking through days worth of questions, going to the details to understand how things were modeled, what the results of the model said, how that matched the operational needs and provided the answers that the utility is looking for. Other piece of it was to develop the test scenarios, and in this picture in the lower left-hand corner, you can see that's just a sample of a scenario. It basically says there's a scenario where we've got distributed PV somewhere at 60 megawatts. We've got centralized PV at whatever that says, 0 megawatts in one case, 100 megawatts in another case. So you just develop these scenarios, you run the baseline, you establish where you're at, what the performance is, and then you start increasing the amount of available renewable energy. The picture on the right is a graph that shows up. It represents task 1 through task 5, which is the process that you walk through as you execute the program and execute the models. I like this chart. I'm not a modeling person. I don't claim to be a subject matter expert in this area, but this chart shows the kinds of tools that are needed to be able to do this modeling. The PSLF model and the MAPS models were in existence when GE came to the table. They needed to be modified to be able to do the models to run the results that they want to do and do the simulations they wanted to do. The timeline in blue and green and the reds and tans and blacks show you the different time slices that these tools work in. Some of these things are second to milliseconds, some of them are minutes to several minutes, some of them are minutes to hours, and some of these go much longer out into a full day and actually beyond days if you want to. This is the same tools again shown being mapped against requirements. And I like this chart for the two areas that are highlighted in red and one highlighted in green. It shows you the hourly time steps in examining the stuff that's in red. You can use the hourly time steps when you need to talk about unit commitment and what systems get backed off, what systems get brought up. It isn't as simple as flipping a switch. A lot of the turbo diesels generators that come online take minutes to several minutes to even longer to get up to speed and be able to provide and synchronously provide the energy that they need to. So being able to forecast when those have to be available because of cloud movements or load dynamic changes because of the time of day, this tool helps you get a good feel for that. I sure picked a bad color. It's this light orange color on this monitor at this angle is really hard to see. So GE Energy tool, inter-hour tool, and then they have dynamic simulations, and they have, again, the PSLF. You can see going from left to right, hourly time steps down to minute time steps, down to second time steps, down to millisecond time steps. And you can look at that stuff and talk about, with the 1 second time steps, frequency analysis. I have the good fortune to be involved in a program that's on the Big Island of Hawaii, and it's looking at how do you use energy storage technologies to stabilize the frequency. Can a small amount of energy storage in the right place next to renewable energy cause the frequency to be more stable than it is without it? And so that kind of information is being developed along with these models to show what kind of grid we can have in the future based on integrating more and more renewables. This is the money slide. And when I talked to Andrea, and I apologize for not being able to help her with exactly what she was looking for, the solar integration study just wrapped up in October. The draft reports are out. They came across my desk along with many others that were associated with the TRC and the support groups. They're due to be released in a couple of weeks. It's too bad this meeting didn't happen 2 weeks from now because those reports would be available and I would have chart after chart after chart with information about what came out of that study. And I talked to Dr. Vega about this yesterday. The results have been very, very encouraging. There are large amounts of wind and PV and ocean thermal that can be integrated into the grid and can be handled relatively easily and efficiently and effectively and cost effectively. So it will be on our website. It will be on NREL's website. It will probably get to DBED's website and others. But when the report comes out, I encourage you to take a look. It's a very good report. It's got very positive results. And that does it for me. Thank you very much for your time and your attention, and I appreciate having an opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you very much. It was just what I was about to ask you. So the key takeaway is stay tuned for now.
Absolutely, stay tuned.
Great.
I was promised December the 7th. I think it's going to be more like December the 15th, but those reports will be out.
Great. Any questions, at least on the approach that they're taking, since we don't have the results to chew on today? Any questions at all? Please. And again, please state your name and agency.
Hi, I'm Wendy Wiltsey from EPA. I had the impression that the Maui grid currently cannot handle all the energy that is produced by the wind farms. Is that accurate?
The Maui grid right now during the daytime has a load of about 200 megawatts. At nighttime, that drops off to something approaching 80 to 90 megawatts. There are 3 wind farms on Maui. If they were up and operating, they would be something in the neighborhood of 71 megawatts worth of wind. So at nighttime, there are curtailment events that happen. So you can't, at the moment, use 100% of the wind that's being generated.
And are they making adjustments so that in the future they will be able to?
Yes, ma'am. That's what part of this study will do, be able to help them make operational decisions that will use more of the renewables.
Okay.
And this study has spawned yet one more study, and I'm waiting to see what the recommendation is for that study when it comes out with a report.
Good, thank you.
There was another comment that was made, or?
Don't think so. Any other questions? No. Okay.
Again, thank you very much.
All right. So we're ahead of schedule. So I think what we should do is break early for lunch, but we'll have you come back early as well. We're going to give an hour and a quarter. So we'll reconvene at 1:45, and then we'll have those extra minutes to use in the afternoon either for presentations or an expanded discussion. So thank you all. Reconvene at 1:45. Okay, so we've managed to go from 15 minutes ahead of schedule to 10 minutes behind schedule. So that's good because we needed a collective challenge just to, rally around. So that's the good news. So at this point, we want to continue with some of the briefings and updates that obviously are related to the Inter-Island Cable. And we'll kick it off with Donna Schrader. Will come back up and talk with us again. BOEM's been conducting a number of studies focused on looking at the electromagnetic field effects on marine life, and so she'll give us a report out on what they're seeing, and again, after she presents, we'll have an opportunity for some Q&A. So, Donna, it's yours.
Aloha again. All right, so today I would like to talk about some studies that BOEM and some other folks have done regarding the potential impacts from electromagnetic fields from submarine power cables. And why is this important? Well, first of all, a little bit of background information. As many people know, the reason why our compasses work is that there is a geomagnetic field, a natural geomagnetic field across the Earth. And here are some basically a schematic of what to expect, what kind of magnetic field is on the Earth, depending on where you are. And I'd like to point out that the unit of measurement is the microtesla, and these are very small units between, say, 30 and 60 microtesla. Now, when we have an energized power cable on the seafloor, the transmission of power through the cable produces an electromagnetic field. And I'm going to skip a lot of the physics, but basically what they have learned to do technically is contain the electric field inside the cable. But the magnetic field is not contained, and it changes the magnetic field, the signature in the environment. And here's an example of some measurements modeled from an alternating current cable on the seafloor. If the distance 0 is at the core of the cable, and this is distance in meters, and these are microtesla here on the y-axis, we see that depending on the size of the cable and how much power is going through the cable, that we have a small change in the magnetic field in the local environment. And that direction of the change will depend upon the local variation of the magnetic field in the environment. So no, why do we care about this? Well, that's because a number of groups of organisms that live in the ocean are sensitive to electromagnetic fields. And I've included some examples here. The first one on the upper left are the fishes, particularly the sharks and rays, which we call elasmobranchs. And they have specialized sensory organisms called ampullae of Lorenzini that can detect electric fields. Now, the other groups, marine mammals and sea turtles and invertebrates, they can detect magnetic fields. And it's thought that sharks and rays, using their electrical sense, can also detect these magnetic fields through inducing an electric field. So most of these animals use a magnetic field because they're they're migrators. They use the natural magnetic field to orientate or even perhaps construct an internal map of the signal. And so if we have small alterations in the magnetic field from an energized power cable, how might that affect their behavior? Okay, so I want to discuss a little bit of how we think about impact analysis. And I want to make sure you understand the differences between an effect and an impact. An effect is something very simple. It means that something is acting on something else. For example, an EMF field, EMF is the acronym for electromagnetic field, might attract a fish. But an impact is something much bigger, all right? So the change in the environment is great enough so that we can detect some kind of significant impact, and that generally means that we would notice like a change in the size of a population or something going on in the ecosystem. And that example would be cable EMF might cause thousands of fishes to halt their migration and prevent them from reproducing. That, by the way, has never happened. I'm just giving an example of what we would call an impact. Now, it's also to remember that impacts can be positive or negative. And to date, almost all the studies that have been done on electromagnetic fields have either have been at the effect stage, and they've either noticed no effect or something that's very small. So at this point, there has been no documentation that an EMF has caused an impact, but there's still a lot more work to be done. And I'm going to review some of the studies that have been done so far and what we plan to do in the future. Now, first of all, there are some very big, there's a whole bunch of literature mainly trying to study the sensory system of these animals, since there's a lot left to understand of the basic biology. For instance, they have not even identified the receptor of how animals detect magnetic field. They've found magnetite in the certain cells, but they haven't really worked out that system. But we've had 3 field studies that are trying to get at the whether or not there's an impact of a change from an EMF from a power cable, and I'm going to review those very quickly here. And most of these have been done over, actually all of them have been done over in the European Union, because they are farther along in their offshore renewable energy, and they are looking at potential impacts from these submarine power cables. And all foreseeable installations that we might think of in the ocean would have cables that are either connecting the devices to each other, or a larger cable would take that energy and ship it to shore. Okay, so this first one, can get this here, located off the coast of Sweden, and there's a small channel right here, and there's a cable that crosses the channel. Now remember, there are lots of cables in the environment operating right now, either to transmit power to an offshore island or across the bay or so forth, and even telecommunication cables have been shown early on to have an EMF signature. So what they did is that they had a whole bunch of these, each of these black dots are receivers, and they had some far from the cable, close to the cable, and far away, and they were looking at the migration of freshwater eels. They spent their adult life in the ocean, and when they come back to spawn, they go swim upstream. And so their migration route is coming through here. And so what they did is they found when the cable was energized that the eels basically slowed down when they're close to the cable, and then they speeded up. They eventually crossed the cable, but when the cable was on, it took them a longer time to cross the cable. So from the point of an environmental impact assessment, the effect was very small, because it only delayed them, I think, I have to check, but for maybe like 4 hours or so. Okay, the next experiment that I want to talk about is this very large experiment done off the coast of Scotland by Andrew Gill and his colleagues. And they constructed these 2 very large pens that are 40 meters in diameter, and they call these mesocosms. And this red line, they put an experimental cable buried underneath the sand, and then randomly they would turn on one cable or turn it off, have one on and one off, and they could choose which side to do, and look at the movement behavior of a variety of sharks and rays. And so they could detect if, because they had a control and then they had an experimental replicate, they could determine whether or not there might be a behavioral impact. And so this is an example of, remember, the red line here is the cable, and the color represents how long animals stayed in a certain area. So the blue means a higher frequency that they would be. And so basically, they found that for one of the two trials, that one species, which was a cat shark, tend to be more likely within the zone of electromagnetic field during the times when the cable was on. And that when the power cable was on, generally the rays of cat sharks increased their swim speed. But the response was not predictable, and it did not always occur. So sometimes they detected the pattern, and sometimes they detected no pattern. And it appeared to be species dependent and individual specific. And this kind of goes back to what I was talking about before about the difference between an effect and an impact. And if you think of any kind of sensory system like noise, you know, if we're all eating in a restaurant and someone drops a dish and it makes this great noise, some people in a restaurant are going to look, and some people are just going to continue on the conversation. So it's not that everyone couldn't detect that. It's just that some people decided to look, so it affected some people and it didn't others. And I think that might be a good way to understand the results of this study. So potentially an effect was observed, but this would be really hard to translate into overall an impact. And I want to mention here that these were AC cables that they were looking at, alternating current. And then just to relate, and I'll mention this again, alternating current and direct current are two types of cables, and there is a formula which you can, it's actually pretty accurate to estimate the amount of EMF that's coming from a cable, and it's scaled directly with the amount of power that's being transmitted. So the more power, the bigger the field, and generally that's what happens. Okay. Oops. Okay, so the last study, also done over in Europe, was to look at this power cable. The red line, of course, is the trace. And instead of using telemetry and stuff, they had a more simple method, is that they had these fyke nets, which are used to capture fishes. And so basically what happens is a fish swims, it encounters that, and it either goes in one direction or another, and it's retained within a net. And so they did it above and below the cable, and what they found was that of all the species, there were some that had asymmetrical catches along the cable trace, which suggests that maybe there might be a slower movement, and they're more likely to encounter a net on one side of the cable or another. The European eel, Atlantic herring, and the flounder, but and these asymmetrical catches may have been result from the cable. In addition, it seems that maybe some eels left the area near the cable, and then in 2003, it seemed that the Atlantic cod accumulated near the cable, so there's contrasting results. But the migration direction of the eels was not influenced overall, and that the European flounder crossed the cable primarily crossed the cable when the strength was low. And this means, you know, whenever you're transporting electricity, it's not going to be a solid emission, right? Because it'll transmit more energy when the wind is blowing stronger, or there's more waves, and so forth. So there is going to be a variation in this signal. Okay, so just summarize those studies. Under some circumstances, fishes may detect the EMFs, and we can look at the slightly modified behavior of this. Effects were localized and no impacts, that is a larger scale detection from power cables were detected, but it would be really great if we had more studies. And so what is BOEM doing regarding this question? And so the first thing, what I mentioned earlier, when we go to a new area or thinking about a new kind of energy, we start doing a lot of baselines that are looking at the large geography of the area. When we're looking at impacts, the first thing that we always do is to understand what's available, what's going on, what do we know about potential impacts. And so the first thing that we did was we contracted Norman Doe Associates to look at everything that's been done on EMFs. And we've completed, this study's been completed, it's available online from our studies website. And it's the effects of EMFs from undersea power cables on elasmobranchs, that's sharks and rays, and other species. And so it's a really comprehensive review of everything that we know about potential impacts from EMF. And there's also a great summary on the technical aspects. I'm skipping a lot of the physics, but they have a great discussion of that in that document. And so they basically summarize, and those 3 studies that I mentioned are also mentioned in this report. And so they came with the same conclusions, no impacts. It's hard to determine impacts, but it would be great to have more studies. And so the next thing I'm going to talk about is a study that's ongoing right now. We just finished our first field season basically about 5 to 6 weeks ago. And what we decided we were going to do is look at already in place power cables on the seafloor. And we had a great analog to use off Southern California, where we have 3 offshore platforms, and all our the majority of our platforms in Southern California do not produce their electricity from diesel generators, but they have cables from shore, because they're generally about 8 miles offshore, that power these facilities. And so here we have these red lines are energized cables, and these blue lines are unenergized cables. And we have one that's been partially decommissioned, that's on the seafloor, and one that is not in use. And so this provides an excellent opportunity, because we basically can use the cold cables as a reference point to distinguish from the hot cables, which are energized, and to look at maybe differences that we could see in the fish or the invertebrate assemblages. Because the cable doesn't just have an EMF, it also has a habitat effect. Because if you're laying a cable across the soft sediment, you're providing a hard substrate for other things to attach to or maybe to focus on. And so this setup gives a great example, a great opportunity to look at the differences that the habitat effect might bring versus those that we might see from an EMF. Okay, so I'm just going to show a couple of slides to show what the EMF looks like. When we're at the cable, it's about 100 microtesla, so it's about twice what we might see in the natural environment, and it tapers off to 0.3 microtesla at 1 meter off. So this is a very small change in the localized magnetic field. Okay, and so, I did want to go too. And so what we actually did here is we did some shallow water scuba surveys, and we did some deep water surveys to understand differences that we might see in the fish and invertebrate assemblages. And so this is measurement from the shallow water, and we did some measurements on the deep water, and we find that they're, as we would expect, very similar. At the cable, it's about a little bit over 100 microtesla, and about half a meter, it drops down 2 to 3, and about 1 meter, it drops down to basically background levels. And then this is a screenshot we got from one of our videos, and this is the shallow water cable. And the thing that I want to point out is that a lot of algae kind of grows on that. And this was done in the summer. Okay, so in the shallow water, when we have a cable in the ground, when it gets near shore, it's usually buried for a number of reasons, basically for protection. And so at the shallow depth, we only had one of the cables that was available to survey that was exposed, and that was a hot cable. But we also had this 12-inch pipeline that was not energized that we used as the non-energized habitat. And then we just looked at things on the sand. And basically, the first thing we said is how many species are associated with it, and we didn't get that much difference. We had about 18 species on the sand, 23 on the pipe, and 22 on the cable. This is just total number of species of fishes. Okay, and so we did this through time, and we can see that we don't see anything basically for the first part, but then after the winter storms calm down and this a lot of algae starts growing on the pipe and cables, that we start seeing numbers of fishes located on these facilities. So then we wanted to say, well, what's the difference? And I'm going to talk about a kind of statistical analysis that we do called multidimensional scaling, and that is looking at all the relative densities and all the species diversities of a survey and try to understand an overall difference. And so you get these sort of shotgun blast approaches, but if you look at through time, we can see that the red dots are kind of closer together than these triangle markers, which are in the later of the year. And so this is what it would look like when you can say there's an association between the samples that changes through time. And I wanted to show you that because when we look at the difference between the cable, the pipe, and the sediment, it's basically a completely random association. And so when we look at this, we can see that there is no difference overall in the assemblages of the fishes among these three habitat types. Okay, and then this is just for the total number of fishes. The mean number, that's the average with the standard deviation, which is a measurement of how variable our counts are. And we get a trend that decreases among the habitats, but the variability is so large that no significant difference comes out of this. Okay, so let me talk about the deeper water surveys, which we just completed about 5 weeks ago. So we used the dual deep worker submersible. Here it is being loaded into the water. And we looked at the same kinds of samples, but this time we had 2 hot cables, 2 cold cables, and the mud, which we compared to the habitats. And this is a screen capture. Remember, this cable is 8 inches in diameter, and that's what it looks like, resting on the bottom. And I should mention that the cables that are located in the OCS off Southern California, there's no requirement to have them buried underneath the sediment. We found that it doesn't, sometimes these need to be repaired, and it's a lot easier to have them on the surface. And primarily, when there's burial, that's often to protect from fishing activities to prevent cable damage. So it's kind of a trade-off. You want to bury it for protection, and it might change the seafloor character a little bit, but it's, I guess what I'm trying to say, it's a trade-off. And in Southern California, we don't require burial unless it's very close to the land. So anyway, so that's what it looks like. And here's how we measured. This is our little EMF measurement. And so we did measurements right before we did the survey to confirm that there was indeed an EMF going on when we were doing the counts. So here's a cluster analysis, and here are the habitat types. Red is hot, blue is cold, and green is mud. And we see that there's kind of a random association. So just like the shallow water assemblage, we don't see a clear pattern between the habitat types. If you look at the number of fishes, this is not looking by species, but just the absolute number, we see that there's basically a little bit higher for the cables than on the mud, but there's huge variability. So it's a little bit higher here, probably because of the habitat effect. And there's more places, more things to eat and so forth on these cables compared to the mud. Okay, so now we're going to go to the invertebrates because we looked at the invertebrate assemblage too. And in this cluster analysis, we find a little bit different. We see that the mud surveys kind of key out, and the cold and the hot cable habitat keys out. So we would say that there's a pattern going on here, at least initially. Remember, this is just the first year of survey. We're going to do it for multiple years, multiple times, but this is what we're seeing right now. So if you look at the overall mean numbers, we see there's a lot more invertebrates total on the hot compared to the cold cable and compared to the mud. So we investigated this further and broke it down a little bit more by taxonomic group. So we see anemones are a lot higher, but not really significant difference between the hot and cold compared to the mud. And this makes sense because of that habitat factor that I was talking about. An anemone cannot attach to the sand very well. It might attach to like a random cobble or something, but the cables provide habitat for that, and that's what we're seeing. Here, the sea stars, they appear to be in greater densities, that is after this first year's survey, on the cold cable. Octopus tend to be a little bit more common on the mud, but the sea pens, this is what we find the most interesting pattern. They appear to like to settle out on the hot cable to a much greater degree than on the cold cable. And this high density in the seed pens is what's basically driving the previous graph that I showed you of the higher invert density on the hot cable. And we don't know why that is, but this is basically the biggest difference that we've seen so far in this first years of data. Really not much different in cucumbers or sea slugs. Corals and gorgonians are more common on the cables. This is to be expected because of the hard substrate factor again, and no difference in the crabs. Okay, so the conclusions from this first year. Remember, I want to emphasize this is preliminary information. We just completed it, and we're going to do more surveys. But it doesn't appear that fish assemblages differ between an energized and unenergized cables. These are AC cables. There might be differences in invertebrate communities. Sea pens are higher on energized cables, and sea stars are higher on unenergized cables. But further surveys may clarify or change these patterns. Okay, so what are the future directions that we'd like to take with this study? Well, we'd like to continue this in situ power cable observations with DC cables, because generally there'll be a higher EMF, because generally these cables carry higher loads of electricity through the cable. And then we'd also, we're going to look at that with potential partners. We're partnering with the Department of Energy in a variety of our studies. And the Department of Energy is going to, they're thinking about funding more studies to go out and actually measure the EMF that's being emitted by these cables. And then since that initial synthesis of information that I told you about, it didn't actually look at species specific to Hawaiian waters. So that might be an area that we're going to do looking in further. Okay, and so although my name's on the front, no work is actually done in isolation for science. And so my colleagues and partners, Ann Scarborough-Bull and Milton Love and Norman Doe Associates, are basically co-authors on this presentation. I'd like to also thank Milton Love for producing some of those great slides that I had. And then also some of the images, Douglas Cummings, Norman Doe Associates, and Brandon Puckett for donating those slides. So I'll take any questions now or later, and I've got some business cards. So if you would like to ask a question now, or if you think of something later, or you have something interesting to say, please don't hesitate to drop me a line.
Please go ahead. Take a few questions here.
Hi, Jesse Suki, Office of Planning for the State of Hawaii. So to put some of this in Nipponese, it seems like there may, based on these studies, be reasonably foreseeable impacts, right, from the cables on these types of species that were studied. I think it seems like the jury's out on whether it would be significant impacts. But if it were significant impacts, are you looking at mitigation? Is there shielding? Does that work? Or the mud burying obviously probably doesn't work. Are there other things?
Well, the electrical part of a field is of an EMF is completely contained within the cable. So the magnetic field is what's slightly altered. Remember, for the cable that we were looking at, it almost goes down to 0 after a meter. So if you buried it a meter, that could potentially reduce that sensitivity. And that's quite common to do in the offshore wind farms that are located over in Europe. But, and that gives the added protection. A lot of times cables are damaged by fishing gear and so forth. So that reduces the signal. Of other kinds of mitigations might be to orientate the cable in a way that interacts with the natural field to kind of reduce potential. That might be a little bit too much to do. But those are basically, burial is one way to reduce, because it can be very narrow, one way to reduce that. The other thing you could possibly do is to, if there's a certain special area, to put like additional habitat over it so that they wouldn't be centered right on it, like some rock or something like that. But those are the basic things that people have suggested so far.
So just a follow-up question, and this may be beyond the expertise, so if you don't know, you don't
Okay.
But is there any technical type of mitigation that you've heard of? For example, certain types of coatings or something that?
To contain the magnetic field?
Yeah.
That would be very difficult, is my understanding. Well, I'll talk to you later. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Someone.
Sorry.
Hi, Aaliyah Herman with DLNR. I just wanted to understand a little more about the burying, how deep that typically is, and what that process involves. So I'm still learning.
In the literature of what I've seen in other facilities, the burial tends to be mostly 1 meter deep. Sometimes, though, it's 2 meters deep. So 1 to 2 is what I've seen mentioned in the literature. Or unburied. So I'll say 0 to 2.
Malia Chow, I'm with NOAA's Humpback Whale Sanctuary. So I just wanted to follow up on something you said. So in the absence of any information on any, species-specific information in the Hawaiian waters, I was just curious, how would you go about trying to understand impact versus effect on the species here as you move forward?
Well, the first thing that we would do is try to identify all the species that might be electromagnetic sensitive, right? And the way we do that is through a variety of things. First of all, there's basically looking at the physiology of certain groups of animals. So, all the sharks and rays. And then you look at, taxonomic similarity, and then you look at what kinds of studies there might be on these animals and kind of get a range of where they are. And then you look at where they live, because there might be species in Hawaiian waters, but it may not ever be in the area where a proposed facility is. So there's identifying the sensitivity and then where they are, so that we could estimate whether they would ever encounter an EMF field, because the EMF tends to be on the bottom, and so if they have a planktonic stage, even though it may not ever encounter the EMF, right? So that's what we would generally do first. To understand, and so that from that suite of species, then trying to understand the effect or the impact is where it's more challenging. Unless there's direct studies, we would try to do a typical, an inference, looking at, have we found impacts or effects from related species that are thought to have the same kind of sensitivity. And then we would look at what we call surrogates, because there's plenty of EMF already in the field from other anthropogenic sources. Like, even if you have a piece of metal on the floor that's electrolyzing, that actually emits an EMF. Or telecommunication cables and stuff. We would try to gather as much information as we can from surrogates, and then go from there.
See, let's take 2 more questions at the table. And again, for folks who are not at the table, I'm going to ask you to hold off, and we'll have to deal with it later in the public comment period, because the conversation.
We're questioning this particular person.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. But folks will be here later, so we'll have folks to answer the question. Please.
Sam Lamo, DLNR. This is a dumb question. Maybe I just wasn't listening, but humans live with EMF all around us.
Mm-hmm.
The Hawaii 138 kV, 46 kV transmission lines. What are you specifically looking at with respect to the marine species, this marine mammals and other marine species? The way it changes their behavioral patterns, or are you looking for some sort of health effect?
It is. We are not looking at the health effects, because these are so small. What we're looking at now is what we think is the most sensitive detector of an impact, and that would be a change in behavior. Sharks and rays use an electric field to find prey, and some other things use the electric field to avoid predators, to find mates, to communicate. Magnetic field sensitivity is generally thought to aid in long-distance migrations. And so all of these are mediated by behavioral responses. So that's where we're first looking. There's a large body of literature, though, from a lot of the national labs that look at, EMFs for human sensitivity, but that's not what, we don't consider that something that is important in this.
work our way down that line.
Sorry, just one more follow-up about the studies that have been done. You talked a lot about invertebrates and fishes. Have there been studies looking at other animals, marine mammals? We've talked about the long migrations and how that might be impacted, or has that not been done yet?
So repeat the question.
Sorry, you mentioned a number of studies on fishes and
Right.
invertebrates, and I'm wondering if there's been studies on other species that might be affected, like marine mammals.
No, there hasn't, that I'm aware of. They have a number of studies that are, the report, let me take that back. There might, for impact analysis, there's none that I'm aware of, but there have been studies on sensitivity of marine mammals to magnetic fields, and those are located in that summary report. Also, sea turtles are very sensitive, and there's a lot of information on how they use that. They actually have a very good electromagnetic sense. Anything else? Right, thank you. Oh, we do? I haven't seen it.
Make sure we
right
get the
there.
questions on,
Okay.
so one here and then over.
Hi. Yeah, this is a follow-up to the conversation or the question that Jesse posed with regards to mitigation effects of the cable. And you mentioned, Donna, that I think you said the EMF is contained within the field. The mitigation effects would be more along the lines for the cable signal. I guess I'm just confused as what's the difference between the EMF versus like the cable signals? Maybe just describing similarities or differences amongst the two.
I can understand that because I kind of glossed over the physics, right? I'll try to reiterate that. Whenever you have what they call a load going through a cable, an EMF will be generated that's scaled directly, more power, perhaps a bigger signal. They're able to contain the electrical part of that field inside the cable through shielding. So that is basically prevented from being into the marine environments, all within the core of the cable. They cannot shield the magnetic field, and so so you'll get a small change, a small modification in the local magnetic field, and the amount of change, whether it's increased or decreased, actually depends on the orientation of the local geomagnetic field. So you can't even say that it's increased because sometimes it's decreased because the fields interact with each other. So we just say there's a small net change in the magnetic field. Now, to make things more complicated, because you asked, is that there's something called Faraday's law, is that when a body, could either be animate or inanimate, moves through an electric field, it induces electric field. So you have something moving through the magnetic field and it induces an electric field. And so this is why we think that sharks and rays, which can sense electric fields, might then be able to detect this magnetic field by moving. If they're standing still, no detection. If they move, they can induce an electric field. So they call that the E field is the electric field, the B field is the magnetic field, and the I for induced, not like iPhone, but the IE field is the induced. And so, and then for the behavior changes, they can either be perhaps attracted or repelled by the field, and both are potentials. Does that help? And so now the cable has other potential effects on the environment besides the EMF, and that the main thing is the habitat effect, right? Which we were trying to account for when we're looking at the hot and the cold cables, and that probably has a much stronger effect on things that we see, because a hard substrate in a soft sediment environment will definitely have signals. And so there's multiple things. And what we're trying to do is trying to understand what the EMF, which is basically the magnetic field, is doing. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Great answer. One more question.
Hello. In regards to managed species, how vulnerable would you think that managed species might be? Could this act like as a type of fad, perhaps? you know, like congregating
You mean
species
like
and
like
making them more vulnerable because fishermen know that they'll like congregate in this area and more easily extracted?
See, what you've just described is a potential impact that we haven't seen, but that would be something that we would call an impact, right? They see that sometimes with artificial reefs, right? That if you have a species that's very low abundance and you put an artificial reef, and you know fish love artificial reefs, and they all zoom in to an area where they're easily caught by fishing, that would be an indirect impact. And that's potentially, we haven't seen that. Remember, we have cables operating right now, and so there's no study that I know that demonstrates that, and we're going to look harder to see if that's actually occurring. And that depends, that's why it's important to understand the impacts. If it's a repelling function, that they don't like it, that might have different indirect impacts than if it were attracting. And so that's why, you know, you kind of start of what you can see, and then you go from there. So.
Great. Donna, thank you very much. That was a great presentation. You really, clearly an issue of interest, and I'm sure one we'll be talking a lot more about.
So again, I have my business card here. If anyone wants to have that, I'd be happy to communicate with you further.
Great. So at this point, I think John's going to come on up and introduce the next section, which will really start looking at different agencies and jurisdiction in this whole area. So John, it's yours. Yeah, thanks.
This session of the agenda is designed for the agencies to share with the larger group their responsibilities, jurisdictional and regulatory responsibilities that they have in their island. So I'm going to start this off by going over the regulatory responsibility as it relates to in-island cables for the benefit of the group. You know, our statutory authority for right-of-ways and cable is the Energy Policy Act of 2005 that gave the Secretary of the Interior the authority to regulate the production, transportation, and Oh, okay. All right, that's better. Once again, the authority is the Energy Policy Act of 2005 for BOEM. It gave the Secretary of the Interior the authority to regulate the production, transportation, or transmission of energy from sources other than oil and gas on the OCS. And our detailed regulations are found at the Code of Federal Regulations 30 CFR 585. And what I'm going to do is just go over the main points, the main parts of our regulations and what it entails. Now, so what is a right-of-way? A right-of-way is an authorization issued by BOEM for the construction and use of a cable or pipeline for the purpose of gathering, transmitting, distributing, or otherwise transporting electricity or other energy product generated or produced from renewable energy. Now, that's a lot, but in simple terms, if you look at the inter-island cable, in that case, where you could possibly have wind farms on the outer islands and you're transporting renewable energy generated by those wind farms to Oahu, that is an activity that would require a developer to obtain a right-of-way permit from BOEM. What does a right-of-way include? It includes the full length of the OCS corridor on which a cable, pipeline, or associated facility is located. It's relatively narrow. It's 200 feet wide, centered on the cable or pipeline, unless safety or environmental factors dictate a larger area. So we have flexibility to deal with different dimensions. But we do expect most all right-of-ways to fall within the 200-foot corridor. Okay, where can we issue rights-of-way? We can issue rights-of-way for inter-island cable on federal submerged lands, which is the OCS, located 300 to 200 miles offshore the coastal states. So that's where we have a jurisdiction to actually issue rights-of-way. We do not have the authority to issue rights of way within any unit of the National Park System, National Wildlife System, National Marine Sanctuary System, or a national monument, and that is in the Energy Policy Act of 2005. What does that mean? Well, essentially, you can see that here in the Hawaiian Islands, Humpback Whale National Marine Sanctuary, we should be shaded areas. Well, those portions of those shaded areas that would be OCS would be areas where we could not issue a right-of-way for an inter-island cable. How does the process work? Well, it starts with a request. A request for a right-of-way must include the following information: the area you are requesting for a right-of-way, a general description of your objectives and facilities that you would use, a general schedule of proposed activities, and pertinent data and information concerning environmental conditions. That's what a developer would have, that's the first step they would have to take. We would use this information to do a test for competition, issue a Federal Register notice. Now, in addition to that, there is a requirement in our regulations for the developer to submit a general activities plan, and the applicant must submit this, we call it a GAP, describing the proposed construction activities and conceptual decommissioning plans. And we took a real close look at this, a thorough analysis of it, both from a safety and environmental standpoint. What we look for when BOEM reviews this: does the proposed project conform with all applicable laws, regulations, and grant provisions? Is it safe, what's being proposed? Does not unreasonably interfere with other uses, like fishing? Uses best and available and safest technology, uses best management practices, and uses properly trained personnel. So those are the things that we look at take a hard look at when we review a right-of-way application. What's included in the GAP? There's a lot of information that's included in a GAP. A developer has to really pull a lot of information together, and it involves all of the aspects that you see there, and basically those are technical, a lot of technical information, environmental information, and financial information. So there's more descriptive text about in our regulations, but that's essentially, the GAP is a very critical document, and it's something we here again take a real hard look at, and we have to review and approve that plan. How do we do that? How do we issue? What's the process for issuing a right-of-way grant? There are two types of processes. There's non-competitive and there's competitive. And why do we have the competitive process? Well, because the Energy Policy Act mandated that the Secretary has to do a test for competition and has to issue a right-of-way competitively if there is competition. So that is part of the law. As a practical matter, we do not expect competition for right-of-way. And I think the center, that slide basically kind of captures why that's the case. Given the geographical nature of right-of-way grants, they're 200-foot wide corridors. The likelihood of competition is very small. And so basically what we're looking at is a case where most, if not all, right-of-way grants would be issued non-competitively. And you can see these are the steps that would be involved, that the developer would have to go through. An applicant submits a request for the right-of-way grant, which I just described. We issue, and the Federal Register, we put out a notice to determine whether there's competition. In this case, we don't expect competition, and we move on to the remainder of the process. The next step is the applicant submits a GAP. That's required to be submitted within 60 days of the determination of competition. I should point out that there's a change to our regulations that's being proposed to extend that to a period of a year. But that's not through the system yet, but it is likely to be forthcoming in the not too distant future. Following that, we conduct a NEPA environmental review on the proposal. After that, we do, we can approve the GAP. We can offer the grant to the applicant, and if the applicant accepts the terms and conditions, we can actually award the grant. And then the the developer or the grantee has to carry out all the obligations that are attached to the right-of-way grant for the term of the grant, and that's essentially complying with all of the regulations we have in place. As I mentioned, there is a possibility of a competitive process for a right-of-way grant, but it's a very low probability. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. I'll just mention that this includes a few extra steps, Federal Register notices in terms of the competitive leasing, competitive right-of-way grant process. And really what you're ending up here with is an auction process, where if you had two competing right-of-way grants, you would possibly take the highest, the bidder in terms of that. But once again, I think that's a very low probability of this scenario occurring. Right, we're not going to take questions now. We're going to move through the rest of the presentations and take them all at the end.
Yeah, I think that's a concept. Since we have about 5 people or so to talk right now, we'll just go through them all and then see what questions are at the end.
Yeah, one further note, we've made a slight rearrangement of the, in terms of the presentations. The next presentation will be by Lisa Van Atta from the National Marine Fisheries Service.
You can say later on, it's Malia Chow.
Oh, is it? Malia's first? Next? Okay. All right. Straighten out.
So can I control it? Yes, great. I can speak from here. Thanks, John. I think it's appropriate that I follow the BOEM presentation. Okay, great. Thanks. All right, getting myself settled. Okay. I think it's appropriate that I follow this. Lisa and I both work for NOAA, and so we were going to do a tag team about this. And I was sort of wondering why there was so much interest in the humpback whale sanctuary, but I think you heard a little bit from BOEM as to why there might be. What I'll do in my presentation is cover 3 things. I'll talk a little bit about national marine sanctuaries. I'm also going to talk about regulatory authority and policy from the National Marine Sanctuary System related to offshore alternative energy development. And finally, I'll share with you a process that we've begun to consider changing the terms of our designation that might shift us from just protecting humpback whales to perhaps protecting more things, additional resources. First, I want to acknowledge Aaliyah Herman is here. She's our state co-manager. So everything I'm going to be speaking on behalf of is really the NOAA perspective from the federal side of the house. Okay, so first of all, from the perspective of the National Marine Sanctuaries Act, putting aside places of the ocean for protection is really about identifying areas of high value of national significance. And so I just pulled some language from our National Marine Sanctuaries Act that really highlight what are some of the special qualities you might want to consider to be placed under a National Marine Sanctuary. You can see some of these things here. It's about things that need to be conserved or areas of high value regarding recreation, ecological. Historical and cultural is a really important one that we're considering here in Hawaii as important resources that we might want to consider protecting. And also archaeological and aesthetic. Of course, surfing in the islands is highly valued by people here. We've got some important surf reserves out on the North Shore. The next part of the National Marine Sanctuaries Act I want to share with you is something that people tend to forget, because as a sanctuary, people think that we just put it under protection. In fact, being NOAA under the Department of Commerce, we're highly encouraged to, more than encouraged, under our law, we're asked to facilitate all private and public uses to the extent it's compatible with our primary purpose of resource protection. So I think that's important to remember to people here in the islands and across the country that sanctuaries are open for business, so to speak, and we do encourage that as long as it allows us to achieve our purpose of protection. So this is what the system of sanctuaries look like across the country, and I just want to point out a couple of things with this map. We are one of 14 sites. The sanctuaries are created either congressionally or through a very long, extensive public process. We want to make sure there's a lot of buy-in for this. I'll just point out that, let's see, Florida Keys, I guess I don't have a pointer, was protected by Congress to protect coral reefs, whereas Thunder Bay over there is actually in the Great Lakes area, actually protects a number of historic shipwrecks, which I think is really interesting. And Cordell Bank protects a seamount off the shore of California. Now, the Hawaiian Islands Humpback Whale Sanctuary is the only sanctuary in the system that protects a single species, so we're somewhat unique. All right, so I mentioned the policy of the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries. I think we've made it clear that we do very much support energy independence and the development of renewable energies within the sanctuaries. Again, as long as it's consistent with the policies and purposes of our National Marine Sanctuaries Act. So I think that's probably worth just stating up front. Also, in our co-managed relationship with the state, we know this is an important initiative. And John covered this quite nicely, so I don't have to spend a whole lot of time on the Energy Policy Act. You know, he makes it quite clear that where BOEM's authority is and where it's not. And I've just said it in somewhat of a different way, that where there is a National Marine Sanctuary, they don't have the authority to issue this. But what we do, not just within the sanctuary, but also our National Marine Sanctuaries Act requires agencies to consult with us if any of the activities taking place outside of the sanctuary might affect a sanctuary resource. So that's under the Section 304D of our National Marine Sanctuaries Act. It's a requirement to consult with the sanctuary. So kind of drilling down kind of generally what sanctuaries do down to specific things about offshore development. I did want to touch on the submarine cable issue, and I just want to acknowledge Chris Kelly in the background. This is probably your data from your submersible works. So don't ask me any questions about this. You know, our colleagues from SOAST who talked about this earlier shared this with us, and so I did want to highlight the whale sanctuary boundaries, which John showed earlier, and I'll show it to you on another slide. Some of the route alternatives, you know, clearly cut through some of the federal waters. There are existing cables here already, and I think that's also worth pointing out. I think I did see a slide where they showed some alternate routes that just go through state waters. That's certainly an option here. But specifically, what is our authority or policies for sanctuaries related to submarine cables? Currently, most sanctuaries have a prohibition about altering the seafloor bed or the seabed or submerged lands, unless it's authorized by a sanctuary permit or some other authorization. Now, the Humpback Whale Sanctuary has a rather unique set of regulations in that we don't specifically have that prohibition. So therein lies a bit of a dilemma. However, any activities that do involve altering the seabed, but it's authorized by another federal state permit, thus makes it lawful. So I know that's a bit confusing, but that's kind of where we're at. So when people approach us about wanting us to authorize some kind of this lease, we actually don't have the ability to do that right now. But what I do want to share with you in my last two slides is, whoops, there's the slide that John showed, just showing you the extent of our boundaries. It contains both federal and state waters. I think only a quarter of all state waters, I think, are contained within the sanctuary. So it covers a significant area. To kind of round it up, we cover about 1 million acres of water, of both federal and state waters in the islands of Hawaii. So what I wanted to share with you, though, is something we started 2 years ago. And it is a process to consider changing our terms of designation. So we have the opportunity, through something we call management plan review, to consider adding additional resources to the sanctuary. And it's a very lengthy public process. We're several years away from completing it. But it's really important that as resource managers, you evaluate periodically how successful your management actions are and if they're still relevant to the current issues of the time. We were established 20 years ago. And so 20 years later, we have a lot of new emerging issues here in the waters of Hawaii. So it gives us an opportunity to really look at our future direction and scope. And this time around, we are actually considering adding additional resources, whether they be ecological, marine, or cultural resources of national significance. So my second to last slide shows you our process of where we've been. So this time, 2 years ago, we did a series of scoping meetings across the state. We had a large number of input. Of course, the whole alternative energy submerged cable issue came up to the forefront. We highlighted as one of our priority issues offshore development. If you go to our website, which is listed down here, we've recorded all of the comments. We also have detailed working group meeting minutes about offshore development and people's concern across the state on this issue, and specifically what were the management recommendations they wanted the sanctuary to take relative to this. We have a very active Sanctuary Citizen Advisory Council who produced over 150 recommendations across all the issues that they'd like us to deal with. And I'm really proud to also share with you today that the state came on as a joint lead agency on our EIS. That was official last week. So we're now hand in hand, marching down the street together on this one. We anticipate that in 2013 we'll have our draft management plan EIS out for public comment. There's some things we can control. That's something, getting into review. We hope to have it out for the public in 2013, but more importantly, we hope to have a final plan, perhaps with a full set of regulations, revised regulations, and a full EIS by 2014. So with that, I think that's my last slide. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. And again, what we'll do is, I think, let Lisa roll into Lisa's presentation and then double back for questions. Lisa, you want to use the podium or a mic? Okay. Yeah, okay.
So good afternoon, everybody. I'm Lisa Van Atta. I'm with another line office within NOAA. I'm with NOAA Fisheries. So Malia is within the National Ocean Service, and I'm with the Fisheries Service. We have a similar interest in Hawaii waters, slightly different focus. NOAA Fisheries focuses more on some of the protected species as opposed to protected areas, although protected areas comes into it too, as I'll explain. So our office is the Pacific Islands Regional Office. We cover Hawaii as well as the American territories in the Pacific. I'm going to focus on 3 of our major laws and how they may intersect with renewable energy projects. So first, these are our 3, this is an overview of our 3 major statutes that may be involved when you're considering a renewable energy project. First and foremost, because it can be the heavy hitter in the statutory realm, is the Endangered Species Act. And particularly Section 7 I'll focus on, which is the requirement to consult with federal agencies for any federal action that's authorized, funded, or carried out by a federal agency. So as John explained, in a right-of-way situation, they authorize right-of-ways, which would then trigger a Section 7 obligation. Federal agencies must also ensure that their actions don't jeopardize any listed species, so any species listed as threatened or endangered, or that they don't destroy or adversely modify designated critical habitat. And I'll get a little bit more into those, but I guess I'll say again, this is just an overview, and I have my contact information and can follow up on any specifics. The second law, definitely strong, but not quite as strong as the ESA, is the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Now, the Marine Mammal Protection Act protects all marine mammals by virtue of the fact that they are marine mammals. There's no special status that needs to be given to a marine mammal. They are just protected because they are marine mammals. And the Act actually protects all take of marine mammals unless an authorization or an exemption is granted. And then finally is the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and for this particular purpose, we're going to focus on essential fish habitat, or EFH. That's handled by a different division within my office, so I'm just going to give you a very brief overview. But it requires that federal action agencies which fund, permit, or undertake activities that may adversely affect EFH are required to consult with NOAA regarding those potential impacts. So quickly, when we're talking about the ESA, what should folks be thinking about when you're in Hawaii waters? Now, it's going to vary region to region, but since we're talking about Hawaii, let me focus on some of the main players here in Hawaii's waters. First and foremost, the Hawaiian monk seal. There's about 1,000 to 1,200 left on the planet. They all exist in Hawaii. They are listed as endangered, and they're currently declining. So this is one of the species that we're concerned about in Hawaii waters and any federal activity that may impact them. Secondly, as Malia and others have indicated already, is the humpback whale. The species is listed globally as endangered, including our Hawaii population. Also, green sea turtles. They're currently listed as threatened. The agency received a petition to delist the green sea turtle that resides in Hawaii, the Hawaii population of green sea turtle, also known as the honu locally. We are now considering that petition and engaging in a status review, and no decision has been made yet, but we are considering that petition at this time. They are currently listed as threatened. Hawksbill sea turtles as well, listed as endangered. And the Hawaii insular population of false killer whales has just been designated as an endangered distinct population segment. That's a term of art under the ESA. That just was announced earlier this week and will be effective on the last day of the year, the 31st of this year. The big one that many of you probably have heard about is just last week we announced that NOAA is proposing to list 66 species of corals, 59 in the Pacific Islands and 9 in Florida. But for these purposes, what you should know is 3 species we're considering as threatened in Hawaii, and they're listed there, 1 acropora and 2 Montifera species. And all 3 of them right now are currently proposed as threatened. And what that means is we have 1 year from the date of proposal to make a final determination. We'll be taking a public comment and holding public hearings throughout the state to get people's input. So no regulatory issues right now because they're only a proposed species, but something to think about, especially considering Donna's last discussion about impacts to corals. Finally, NOAA splits jurisdiction with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for species. For marine species, those are under NOAA's jurisdiction. And currently, there is no critical habitat designated for marine species in Hawaii waters. We have a proposal to designate monk seal critical habitat throughout the main Hawaiian Islands. That's that last bullet there. We are now slightly behind our due date to finalize that decision. We believe that should come out roughly in the spring, and that will be our final designation of monk seal critical habitat. But right now it's just proposed. And as I mentioned earlier, federal agencies have the obligation not to adversely impact any designated critical habitat. Go a little faster on the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Just know that that 2 things are going to be required if you are going to harm or harass a marine mammal, and that's a letter of authorization or an incidental harassment authorization. The only difference between the 2 is the level of harm that may be caused. But I do want to note where it's asterisk that any taking of marine mammals is listed as threatened or endangered under the ESA must be authorized under both statutes. And people don't always realize that. They think one-stop shopping, one or the other, but it's actually a 2-pronged process. And I won't get into all the details of that, but just something to be aware of. Finally, essential fish habitat. It's defined as those waters and the substrate necessary for federally managed species to spawn, breed, feed, and grow to maturity. The federally managed species in the Pacific Islands region for which EFH has been designated are precious corals, some pelagic fishes, bottom fish, crustaceans, and coral reef organisms. And then an adverse effect is a reduction in quantity or quality of EFH, and it can be direct or indirect. So the EFH consultation process assists the action agency in avoiding, minimizing, or offsetting potential impacts to EFH. I do have my colleague Danielle's email here, and she is our expert on EFH. She would have been here today, and although she's off island on Kauai, and she will be the designated rep to this body, and she knows all about EFH if you have follow-up questions. I just wanted to point out that there have been some EFH designations in Hawaii. The pink is the bottom fish areas, and the yellow is the known precious coral beds that have been designated in Hawaii. There are likely others. The survey's efforts have not been extensive, but these are the known areas at this time. So when we're thinking about the undersea power cable and potential impacts, what kind of things do we need to think about? Well, there are kind of 3 areas we break it down into. What are the impacts of installation, operations, and then maintenance? So for installation, the laying or burying of cable, we think about noise that may result in temporary or permanent displacement or abandonment or behavioral changes. We think about siltation and turbidity effects to marine species or the foraging habitat in EFH, and potentially the destruction of coral and benthic habitats. For the operation, as we heard earlier, there could be electromagnetic effects, and those, as was alluded to, can have effects on navigation for species and homing abilities for things such as whales and sea turtles. It can attract sharks, rays, and other fish species. And then there's other effects that may be not well studied, as Donna mentioned. And then the maintenance of a cable can have noise effects or also ship traffic. So these are the types of things that people need to be considering and deciding when a project is being contemplated about when they need to talk to NOAA Fisheries about these kind of consultations. That's all I had, and I guess we're taking questions at the end.
Right, so at this point, I think we were going to ask DLNR, Sam Lemo, to come on up. Sam, you don't have a presentation, right?
I don't want to stand behind the podium, though. No, I'm fine. Sam Lemo, Department of Land and Natural Resources, Office of Conservation and Coastal Lands. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, so you're going to have to use your imaginations. Don't stare at the screen. Look at the speaker. Anyway, thank you. My office, I'll be very brief. My office is responsible for the regulation of all conservation district lands in the state of Hawaii. That encompasses about half of the terrestrial land in the Hawaiian Islands. That does not include, and the other aspect of our regulation affecting energy and cable projects would be that we regulate all submerged lands from the shoreline out to 3 miles. So any use of that area from the shoreline to three miles out to sea would require somebody to get a conservation district use permit from the DLNR. This is a major permit from the state of Hawaii, and at least speaking from the perspective of DLNR, it's the permit. I would be the first person that you would probably talk to at DLNR to get through the regulatory process. And I want to make one comment about the whole regulatory process too, is that DBED is a big player in energy projects now. There's legislation that was passed several years ago that puts DBED in a coordinating position with respect to large energy generation projects. I'm not sure, I think it's over 200 megawatts. That means that they act in a coordinating role. You still have to go and get all of the necessary state permits that you would normally have to get. They just act in a coordinating role. And the other distinction is they're responsible for the acceptance of the environmental impact statement that would accompany a large energy project of that nature. That being said, and taking that off the table, normally if somebody was proposing an energy project, whether it was wind project, ocean, wave, OTEC, with cable component within 3 miles of the coast, they would have to get a conservation district use permit from us. And the process is basically that you have to file the CDUA, and that is accompanied with an environmental document. The CDUA basically is to assess all of the potential impacts to natural resources, cultural resources, public use and recreation, and all the things that people have been talking about today. During the course of the CDUA process, what we're going to do is we're going to basically consult with all of the affected DLNR divisions and groups. So who would that be? That would be our land division, which is the entity that is responsible for the leasing of submerged lands. We would coordinate with the Division of Aquatic Resources. And Elia, for instance, because she's with the sanctuary, so we'd have to make sure that the project does not interfere with their management of the sanctuary, and of course, Elia. We would also have to consult with DAR for impacts to coral resources and benthic environment. And make sure that they are comfortable with any project that is proposed within 3 miles of the coast. There's a couple other divisions in DLNR we'd have to speak to. For instance, historic preservation, which is responsible for preservation of our archaeological and cultural resources. They may have a role in a project of this type because, especially if there's nearshore work going on, there are archaeological issues, believe it or not. There also could be issues to culture, there could be cultural impacts from certain types of energy projects in the ocean that they would be interested in looking at. So let's say, for instance, you get through the Conservation District Use Application project at DLNR. The only other major thing that you have to face at DLNR is you're now going to have to get a lease of submerged lands, and the lease would basically be from the shoreline. I'm assuming the land area is private, so the lease would be from the shoreline out to 3 miles. So they would establish a easement corridor, and you would have to, and I think in the state process is under 190D for energy. Possibly it's under 171 Hawaii revised statutes, but the bottom line is I think that we can negotiate on cables and energy projects. I don't think you have to go into a competitive process or an auction type process, because the problem with the competitive auctioning process is that a developer puts a lot of money up front in the permitting and the environmental reports, and then they have to go through an auction which they may not win, so they completely lose their investment. So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, D-Bed, that you can direct negotiate with the state for cable projects. So those are the main aspects of regulatory and ownership issues with the DLNR, and there's a lot of other minor issues, but basically, if you want to deal with, we're typically some of the first people you talk to when you're doing these things within state waters, and I don't really think I want to take up any more of your time. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you.
Okay.
And again, we'll come back to questions, so, and there may well be some. At this point, I think we wanted to see if there were any county folks here that had any regulatory authorities or elements that you wanted to share with the group around the table. Anything?
Well, I don't see any county people here.
I think I'm the only.
Oh, economic development, okay. So I just said from the State Office of Planning, we have, we're the lead agency for the Coastal Zone Management Act. And we oversee development in the special management area, which is an area usually from the first major highway to the shoreline, the certified shoreline. And that's set by each county. And the county has the final authority in issuing that special management area permit. And if you had a cable project or energy project and at some point would cross the shoreline, so you'd be out of the CDUA and DLNR, you'd be in that special management area, and you would need to go through the county for special management area permit. It's a major or minor permit, depending on the value of the project. It'll probably be a major permit for this kind of project, which would require final decision-making by the city council in the city and county of Honolulu, or the planning departments in the different other counties. But it all starts in the planning department, no matter which county you're in. So early consultation with the planning department is advised. Another permit that you would get from our office directly would be a federal consistency permit under the Coastal Zone Management Act. As a project proponent, you would need to work with your federal partners closely, because that is how the permit is triggered, by a federal action, either by a permit, or it could be also triggered by federal funding in some cases. It's very similar to the Coastal Zone Well, it's very similar to the special management area permit analysis. The same policies are looked at, the same type of mitigation, except in that case, our office issues the federal consistency, and we work with the federal agency. So usually it's triggered by Army Corps permits in the water, and we consult with OCCL and DLNR as well, and sister agencies who are involved in ocean resources and those things.
Thank you.
Well, did you want to weigh in on that?
Yes.
If you just push that button.
I'm Cal Kobayashi with the County of Maui. Although my card says Planning Department, I'm really with the Department of Management, so I don't have a regulatory function. But I did want to add that I believe, if my old information is correct, the county will also issue shoreline setback variances. So when the cable crosses the shoreline, that's another permit with a county jurisdiction, as well as all the land use issues and the land use permits for the shore-based facilities.
Very much. At this point, I think have Emily Stevens come up from the Army Corps of Engineers.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, I'm not George Young, so he is right here today, but I'm going to be giving this presentation. This is not exactly a regulatory 101 for the Corps of Engineers. It's more of just permitting considerations that we would want to focus on just kind of as a brief today in considering for the Inter-Island Cable Project. Under our legal authorities, we work under Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act of 1899 that is for our regulation of all work and structures, including construction and dredging in navigable waters. We work also under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act, as delegated from EPA, which is directly for the placement of discharge of dredged and or fill material into waters of the U.S. We also work under Section 103 of the Marine Protection, Research, and Sanctuaries Act of 1972, which is specifically for the transportation of dredged material for ocean disposal. When we consider jurisdiction for the core regulatory program, we look kind of at a two-faceted jurisdiction. First, we look at geographic areas. Under Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act, we're looking at all marine and ocean waters, including adjacent wetlands, stream mouths, and estuaries. Our jurisdiction is from the high tide line seaward to 3 nautical miles offshore for Section 10. So this is one area that I want to point out that in a federal jurisdiction, we are looking at something that would be considered state waters, unlike where BOEM is looking at the federal waters, which is beyond 3 nautical miles. So there is a federal nexus to those waterways, but we're looking at the water column itself and structures or work being done there, not the submerged lands. Under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act, we're looking at all marine and ocean waters, relatively permanent tributaries, and adjacent wetlands, as well as all wetlands and waters with a significant nexus to navigable waters. And that can get kind of tricky, but that is not necessarily the navigable water, but something that would impact if a project was done within those tributaries or wetlands upstream. Specifically, it's at the ordinary high water mark and below or within the boundary of a wetland if material is being placed within the wetland. Also, we regulate under Section 4F of the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act. This is where we get to go beyond 3 nautical miles. So for us, this is high tide line all the way seaward to 200 nautical miles. This is covering projects for offshore artificial islands, installations, and any other devices that are permanently or temporarily attached to the seabed. For the next part of our jurisdiction, we look at the activity. So while we may have a geographic jurisdiction over an area, the activity that is being conducted, we may not regulate. Depends on what's being done. Any projects within a navigable, so ocean and marine waters, including dredging, construction, utility communication line installation, artificial islands, or other devices attached to the seabed, we would regulate. That's kind of under Section 10, so we're tying it back to those regulatory authorities. Thinking Section 404, we're going to regulate all projects that involve discharge of dredged or fill material into the jurisdictional water body or wetland. This can include projects like earthwork, temporary causeways, pads, access ramps, backfill from trenching, structures cast in place, so concrete work, And in addition, we also can regulate pilings under Section 404 when placement has or would have effect of discharge of fill material. In addition, so Section 103, as I mentioned earlier, we regulate the transportation of dredged material proposed for ocean disposal at EPA-approved disposal sites. When we go through our application process, we have to consider several public interest review factors. So when evaluating these permits, we're going to consider things outside of just that environmental realm. Some of that includes aesthetics, economics. Of course, we look at historic properties, flood hazards, floodplain values, the land use itself, and even things as energy needs and safety. So there's multiple, I believe there's at least 21. I think there's only 20 on here. Had to fit the slide. But there are lots of things that we consider, not just that environmental aspect. Another piece of our permitting, the application process, is that we must follow EPA's Clean Water Act 404B1 guidelines. There's substantive environmental criteria that we have to look at, and basic premise of this is that no discharge, so we're talking fill or dredge material, shall be permitted if there is a practicable alternative that would have less adverse impact on the aquatic ecosystem, so long as that alternative does not have other significant adverse environmental consequences. So again, having to consider multiple things here. For our permit, we have to authorize the LEDPA, the least environmentally damaging practicable alternative. That's what we're required to authorize within our regs, and practicable is in terms of cost, logistics, and existing technology. The focus of these guidelines and the analysis therein is that the impacts to the, or specifically is on impacts to the aquatic resources and especially the special aquatic sites, so wetlands, coral reefs, seagrass beds, etc. On top of our permitting requirements, in order to have a core permit, you must also receive Coastal Zone Management Consistency Determination, or CZM. In Hawaii, everything's a coastal zone, so it's required for all our projects. As well, we also, if it's issued under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act, require that a Section 401 of the Clean Water Act water quality certification is received by the state. It's Department of Health Clean Water Branch issues that. For our core purposes, we require it only for projects involving discharge of fill or dredge material, so Section 404. For both of these, federal law requires that all issued state conditions be incorporated within our permit, and if either is denied, CZM or water quality certification, then our permit is denied without prejudice. So it's not on us, it's because those certifications were not, or determination had not been received or was denied. Other laws that we have to consider during our permit process include NEPA, the Endangered Species Act, National Historic Preservation Act, specifically Section 106, Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act, and Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation Management Act, excuse me. For all of these, we're looking at consultations with NOAA, Fish and Wildlife, the State Historic Preservation Division, Native Hawaiian organizations for the cultural concerns, suite of people that we're discussing things with, federal, state, and local. All right, finally, I want to touch on mitigation. It is a very important piece within our permits, especially for projects that have greater impacts. Mitigation for us is defined as avoiding, minimizing, rectifying, reducing, or compensating for resource losses. Now, whenever we're doing a permit, we key in on compensatory mitigation, and that's defined as the restoration, establishment, enhancement, or preservation of aquatic resources to offset unavoidable loss of waters and wetlands that are authorized under our permits. An applicant must first avoid and minimize to the maximum extent practicable. When we're considering the alternatives to a permit, you have got to look at what you can avoid of those aquatic resources or what your minimization measures have been to impact only maybe a smaller piece than what originally was proposed. Permit applicants themselves are responsible for proposing appropriate compensatory mitigation as an option. We need you to address that, not just expect us to come to you and say you need to mitigate. And finally, we are the decision maker. Whatever compensatory mitigation is proposed, we consider if that's a valuable option or not, and it may not be required for all permit actions. It depends on our impacts. There are 4 types of mitigation that we look at. I'm just going to list them. You guys can read through the definitions, but it's restoration, establishment or creation, enhancement, and preservation. Here's our contact information. Our district, the Honolulu district, covers Hawaii, American Samoa, CNMI, and Guam, and we have contact information there, which are our main branch numbers for both.
Great.
Do you want me to do questions since I'm the last one for?
Yeah, well, I'm going to open it up to everyone.
Okay.
And just sort of see what comes. Take a few minutes of questions if there are any for any of the speakers you've just heard from. So we've heard from NOAA, from the Corps, from County, from DLNR. Any questions on what you heard? You're needing cookies, sweets. Anything? No? All right, well then thank you to all the presenters. Oh wait, question, yeah.
I had a question about the BOEM test for competitiveness and their assumption that there won't be any competition for.
So to John, yeah.
Yeah. So how does that work with our scenario of cable in Hawaii? Is that going to be like that everybody would have a different transmission so there would be any competition, or is it going to be one transmission and there wouldn't be any competition, or that there would be? I'm not understanding how that works out.
I think because the right-of-way that we issued is only 200 feet wide, the ocean's very big, so the potential for overlap in terms of the request for right-of-way between these developers is probably pretty small, and even if there was, we could probably work with developers to shift it just a little. The other thing is, if PICO goes through its process and issues, there's an RFP, and they goes to the PUC, the developer is selected to install a cable, you sort of end up with one party anyway. And we would be processing the right-of-way application after that process comes to close by PICO. Otherwise, you wouldn't put a cable in if you didn't have the ability to get in the grid. So I think that's another thing that will dictate that we will not see competition.
Does that mean then there would be one EIS?
What we would envision, based on the fact that the state permits, local permits, federal permits, probably the best approach is to do one environmental review, where we all work together through the task force. And I can't predict the future, but I think that's likely.
That's good.
Good. Thanks. Ellen? Ellen, did you want to jump in on that?
No, and now I'm going to do it.
I saw your finger.
Yes, it's my characteristic. Well, I think that John really captured it. I think that that our objective is to make the process as efficient as we can possibly make it. So we are committed to working out a way for us to all work together on a joint NEPA, and I can't remember what Hawaii calls it, but on a joint environmental analysis process, and achieve it so that we can all get what we need out of that.
Good. Thanks. Let's take one more question, please.
Hi, Veronica Rocha. It's a follow-up to what you just mentioned, Alan and John. Do you have any, any examples where developers have worked together, have come up with one, EIS that, and what, the first part of the question would be, can you give an example of that and any lessons learned from that?
Well, I'll give one example. We have the oil and gas platforms off in Southern California, and those are electrified, and there have been major cable projects associated with those platforms, and they have involved state permits, local permits, and federal permits. And our typically what we do is work with all of those parties and produce one environmental document that serves all the regulatory agencies' needs. So yes, we do have that experience, and we think it's a prudent way to do business.
Great, thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions, what we'll do is go for a quick stretch break, 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 10 of 3, and we really will convene sharply at 10 of 3. And then we'll get into discussion of what are the gaps. We've heard a lot this morning and this afternoon, but what other gaps are there? What data needs do you have? So see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do is, in a moment, we're going to turn to the discussion on, what we've thrown a lot at you. You've heard about a lot of work that has been done, a lot of work that's still ongoing and is yet to come back to this group. It's triggered a lot of questions already, and I think we'd like to have some discussion here, see how far it goes around what other data gaps are there, what needs do you have, what needs does this task force, what information should it be hearing, and John will introduce that in a minute. But before we do that, there was a request and a sort of an observation that some around the table may not quite fully grasp what the PEIS is about for the cable, and so we wanted to ask Jim to come up and just give a quick thumbnail sketch, something like 3 minutes or so, a little primer on what's the scope of that and what's the intent and timeline. If you could, thank you.
Good afternoon again. I'm Jim Spaeth with the U.S. Department of Energy, and I'm the Hawaiian Pacific Regional Representative. I'm not a NEPA specialist, but I'm the technical lead for energy efficiency and renewable energy for the programmatic EIS, which the DOE is leading with the state of Hawaii. And there are 7 cooperating agencies on the PEIS, and BOEM is one of them. The scope of the PEIS is very broad. Basically, we're looking at trying to fulfill the intent of the Hawaii Clean Energy Initiative, which is the 70% clean energy by 2030 goal, and a set of more specific goals for renewable energy and energy efficiency and transportation. So really the focus then of the PEIS is how the state can meet that 70% clean energy goal. So we're looking broadly at multiple categories of essentially all possible alternatives that can help us meet those goals. So we're looking at renewable energy resources broadly, energy efficiency, technologies and implementation broadly, transportation, transmission and distribution, and a cable, if there was an undersea cable, would certainly fall into that area of being considered. And we would defer to you all and BOEM for the environmental input and review, regulatory review of that portion of the cable. The PEIS was kicked off back in August of this year. It's approximately a 1.5 years or so timeline. We had scoping meetings in September of this year. We had 8 scoping meetings across 6 islands across Hawaii. That period from August through early October was a scoping comment period, so we were asking all interested agencies and parties and individuals to send us their comments on what they thought the PEIS should look at and consider in terms of alternatives, and also what impacts that should be considered. And the DOE received 738 scoping documents, so not comments, 738 documents filled with comments on what we should consider. And so we've categorized those inputs into about 30 broad categories, and we're preparing a scoping document summary document that we hope to have published before the end of this year. So that will help the public see the range of the comments received and how we plan to use those inputs in the forward-looking scope of the PEIS. So the next small step would be the publishing of that scoping document, and it's on our PEIS website. I don't remember it off the top of my head. I'm sure I can look it up. So the next major step then is the publishing of the scoping document. The next major step after that would be the publishing of a draft PEIS, and that's envisioned in more like the 3rd quarter of calendar year 2013. After that's published, we'll have another scope or a comment period, to get the public comments on that draft. We'll also have public meetings, and after that, after then receiving the comments and incorporating them, we'll publish the final PEIS, and that's envisioned sometime in early 2014. Is that enough of an overview?
Perfect. Let's see if there is a question or two, but thank you. Any follow-up questions for Jim on that? Okay, great. Thanks, Jim. So John, you want to come on up?
Well, we're into the next section of the agenda, and at this time we're really looking for your input based on all the excellent presentations we've had today. They've covered the cable route surveys, the grid integration, the environmental issues associated with potential installation and cable. So we've heard a lot of information, and what we're trying to get to at this point in the agenda is with regard to the Inter-Island Cable project in particular, or are there any, based on everything you've heard, we'd like to know whether people have any specific recommendations for either in the area of technical, environmental, regulatory, or other, where you see a data gap, a scientific data gap, where you think more information would really be helpful. But that's one of the main objectives of this session, to identify those types of that information needs. So at this point, I'm going to ask for Bennett Health. He's a great facilitator. Sure. Bennett, you want to expand upon that?
Well, I think you hit it just right. You know, we've thrown a lot of information at you, but we undoubtedly didn't touch everything, or it's triggered some other data needs that you think we should be collectively mindful of. You know, I think what we're aiming for is a scan of issues here. I don't think we're going to collectively create a work plan that you know, DBED or BOEM are magically going to do. I think we should be thinking about what's the world of data and gaps that are out there that we should be thinking about. Maybe we can think a little bit about who might be able to develop that information. Is it at the federal level, the state level? Is it information that we would want would-be developers to be submitting? That's the kind of information we're hoping to elicit. I know it's a little bit late in the afternoon and people might be a little weary, but we'd like to squeeze out another 20 minutes of productive thinking with you if we could. So just invite anyone who has some thoughts. And we have one idea on the board from earlier. We had the question around UXO. It sounds like it was one interest in understanding better about, you know, we need to know what UXO is out there and how might that impact anything that was going forward. So what data gaps can you think of? And again, technical, environmental, regulatory? We'll start over here.
If we have one site, if we have one line, well, why don't we have one site? I mean, why don't we identify the sites that we're going to hook up to? That, to me, is a big gap. No?
So we don't know the sites we're hooking up to yet, right?
No, I mean, I see the maps have specified sites in Pearl Harbor and Kaneohe, but and there is configurations of the
lines.
The line. And so to me, it would make a lot of sense if we're talking about one line, one configuration, one corridor, one easement, then we should specify that and make it easier for everyone.
Right. So you want, understandably, some certainty as to what transmission route are we looking at, because then we can begin to focus our thinking, and that's fair and reasonable and makes sense. I don't think we're going to get it this afternoon.
Well, only because we have coordination of the agencies that have regulatory authority over it. And what we heard very clearly today is that they're looking at one easement, one right-of-way grant, one cable, one EIS. I think that is compelling, and that is something that we can build on.
So maybe to take it and put it in a slightly different phrase, but clarity on the route as soon as possible will be helpful. It will help focus the thinking and provide for more efficient effort.
And the statement that we heard today, one route, one EIS, one right-of-way grant is significant. And that helps all of us to find out properly. That's a major coordinator mechanism that should be highlighted and underscored, I think, and we can all build from there.
Okay, so clarity on one route, and allow for coordinated efforts. Okay, I'm trying to write as fast as I can. Good, thank you. I see your hand in the back, but again, we're going to keep the conversation here at the table, and we will go to public comment at 4 o'clock, and so we'll invite you in at that point, okay?
Oh,
So thank you.
somebody from the table asked if access. Is that okay? Can you ask that question?
Next time, just go whisper really quietly so I don't know, okay? Jim.
We consider trying to ask Kanaho's question, but I so.
Access to the area, the landing site.
Jim, you probably had a question as well.
Well, I think my question was in the same area, or was in response to
Please.
and I don't think there's any study, any federal agency or state agency that is going to say that this is the route that if islands are connected will be taken. I think that would come out of the ECO RFP and out of private proposals to select routes. Maybe some of our cable developer companies that are here could help elucidate that when we get to the comment period. But it would be great if there was some study or some organization, the state agency that was given the responsibility to determine those routes, but I don't think that's currently happening or envisioned to happen, except perhaps through the ECO RFP process.
Okay, thanks. Andy, and then up to Cal and to Malia.
I wanted to follow up on the EMF presentation. Was mentioned in the question and answer period about desirability of Hawaii-specific information.
Mm-hmm.
If I could ask Dr. Vega to describe what he's pursuing at the Kaneohe Wave Test Center to clarify how that might work and how it might be different from what we heard about in the presentation.
Sure. Please, Dr. Vega.
Well, right now, what we are pursuing with Alexandra, can you raise your hand, Alexandra? She's our boss. What we're pursuing now is a permit to be able to do it. But we will plan to measure the electromagnetic field generated once we energize the submarine powered cables that will be used to test wave energy conversion devices. And I might add that there was a device that was tested over 10 years with a submarine powered cable, 250 kilowatt. And even though it wasn't working 24/7, but it worked pretty much consistently for the last year there. And there were no measurements performed for EMF at the time, but there were quarterly surveys done by divers, and there was no observation of any impact to any marine species whatsoever. And I get worried about having to perform measurements without knowing what is the threshold over which we will affect submarine life, because we don't know that really. So as engineers, we were able to measure certain things, but what does the measurement mean in regards to the marine environment? And another thing that worries us a lot is that when in the past we mentioned the fact that there have been some measurements performed in Europe, we were told that Europe is Europe and Hawaii is Hawaii, meaning they're different species. So I'm afraid that this is going to lead to having to perform these kinds of measurements everywhere you want to do anything. Sorry.
Okay. Andy, did you have another question or observation? Yeah. Cal.
Thank you.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, one data gap that I'd like to suggest is the lack of perhaps a social impact assessment. I understand that's not a requirement in federal EISs, but that is something that's incorporated in Hawaii EISs, and I think you should take a look at that also.
Good. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so also to follow off of Donna's presentation, I think the question that Leah had raised should be recorded here about needing impact analysis studies on marine mammals.
Impact?
Analysis studies on marine mammals.
Specific to Hawaii?
Yes.
With respect to EMF?
With respect to EMF.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that. And the other data gap that I had, if I may continue, is the SOAS team under Brian Taylor showed some of the video of images of what they were seeing on the seafloor in that Maui Nui area. I think it'd be really helpful to have a list of species of what's down there. I think that he showed a couple, but I think it'd be really helpful for resource managers to have a sense of what's down there. I think it might take a little bit of time, but it's really worth it.
Specific to that area that was in the video?
I would be particularly interested in the Maui Nui area.
Okay. Good, thank you. Other suggested data needs, please, in the corner.
I think various presenters from various agencies have addressed how different studies will look at the different indigenous cultural uses of the oceans and various impacts that, say, the State Historic Preservation Division is going to be consulted with. But I'm also wanting to understand perhaps more comprehensively how the interests of Native Hawaiians, both continuing cultural practices, access to areas, as well as, I guess we've talked about and heard a lot of more Western science-based studies being done, information being gathered, effects and impacts being measured. But since I know BOEM is also a proponent of traditional knowledge, I would like to understand at what point will traditional Hawaiian knowledge be incorporated to also document baseline what is in existence as well as what potential impacts will be. Because I understand that eventually as part of stakeholder outreach, Native Hawaiian voices will be included, but we would like those voices to be heard sooner rather than later, especially because there's a lot of information in traditional Hawaiian knowledge that could be informing the discussions that are already happening.
So I think there were really two things that you were highlighting there. One, the interest in having that traditional knowledge brought into the process as soon as possible, and then also taking stock of what are the sort of cumulative cultural impacts of this. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Anyone else want to jump in here? Yeah, you had something you wanted to talk about.
Again, it's Donna Schrader. I just want to have a follow-up comment to what you said. We couldn't agree more that that's extremely important. And in the very first talk, that little blurb that I gave today about the 3 baseline studies, as part of the inventory of cultural resources and stuff, we are planning to do ethnographic interviews with Native Hawaiians. If you'd like to give me your card, I can have our project officer contact you and get more information. That'd be great. But we agree with you, and that project is starting this fiscal year, so.
Good, thank you. Thanks, Donna. Please.
Over here in the corner.
Yeah, my blind spot is over here.
Yeah, that's right. I'm Josh Adams with USGS, and I just wanted to follow up on some of the points that Lisa Manata talked about with regard to protected species. She mentioned the overlap between NOAA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with regard to permitting and regulatory processes that have to do with threatened and endangered species. And I noticed that Fish and Wildlife folks aren't here, and I'm not sure if anyone here represents Fish and Wildlife or DOFA. But for seabirds, which spend 90% of their lives at sea, it should be noted that the 22 or 23 species in the main Hawaiian Islands, they're all listed as species of highest conservation concern by the state. And then in addition to that, the Fish and Wildlife regulates them as under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, Federal Act, and 3 of those 22 or 23 species are listed under the Endangered Species Act, the Akiake, A'o, and the Ua'u. So there's 3 species here for special Hawaiian concern. And there's also, with regard to the operational deployment activities associated with cable laying. There's a body of knowledge that's been acquired with regard to the effects of light and impacts and take associated with light at sea, associated with largely with cruise ships off the Hawaiian shoreline, but those should be
So light
realistic
impacts.
concerns that are addressed in any PEIS, and maybe folks have already chimed in about that. But.
So again, two new classes of data needs that we hadn't talked about yet today.
They weren't mentioned. They were,
seabird impacts
they were
and light.
specified for marine mammals, but
Right. Good. Thank you. Anyone else want to fold in areas that you think need a little bit more fleshing out or haven't been covered at all? Did you have an additional comment or? No? Okay. Please.
Nick Ferratello, the Chief of Naval Operations. With regard to power generation rather than the inter-island cables, again, just want to make the point that the Department of Defense would like to see some type of basically specifications for what the power generation wind turbines are going to be in terms of their footprint, what electromagnetic frequencies they may be emitting or being controlled by, and also, and again, mainly the footprint, as this will help us complete our assessment and have the better detailed information we have, the less conservative model we will have to use.
Right. We've heard this again, I think, in several different themes today. The more you know, the more certain you can be, the more sharper you can, sharpen your pencil and draw tighter lines on maps. Please.
Thanks. I'm Aaliyah Herman with DLNR. This isn't exactly a data gap, but the idea of understanding better how communities are going to be consulted as part of this process. And again, as we learn more about where it might go, that will be easier, but better understanding what that process is going to be for local communities.
Mm-hmm. Right, so just provide a little bit more certainty and bounds for what that playing field will look like as you go out and begin to circle out to a broader set of stakeholders, please.
Yeah, this may be more of a process issue too.
Mm-hmm.
I think all of the agencies in the room, federal and state, have information about impacts and ongoing research and studies that they're doing. But sometimes it's like squirrels with shiny acorns in different trees that they're saving for some winter that's coming. It would be nice if the acorns could be all put in one place and centralized.
So some pooling of the data that exists, at least the knowledge of it, if not the actual.
Something like spatial, maybe some kind of planning thing, Sarah. Something like coastal, maybe marine, spatial planning type thing.
But you're talking about there's all this data out there, these studies out there. There should be some easier way to know what's available so you can all access it for your various
management
needs. Yeah, management requirements. Yeah.
I just want to say that point came up in the Oregon Territorial Seas data gap discussion, and it was felt that all the people that were at the table, the different groups that were being represented, they had that shiny acorn problem. Is that it's not necessarily getting all the data to like a clearinghouse. We talked about that in the last marine division planning meeting here, but it's actually getting the metadata or the studies identify what the information, a list of the information that's available, rather than just the data. And I think that's really important to have to follow up on that comment.
Just to talk out of turn but respond.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Go ahead.
I'm a little bit facetious because that issue always comes up. Like there's tons of information out there, but we have a hard time kind of bringing it together.
I'm sorry, repeat that last thing. You have a hard time.
There's a lot of information out there, but it's bringing it together to make decisions, and a decision-making tool is always a challenge. Oregon has actually a good territorial sea plan that does that, brings that together. Hawaii, I think, is trying to do that.
So you're really talking, it's not just a catalog, it's almost a system to integrate
what's out there? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. Please.
Along those lines, and maybe this is for you, Ellen, this is the big boss here. Like the work that Don is doing, for example, as I heard today, how could that, I'm assuming we're talking about the cable only. I mean, the undersea cable from Molokai to here, whatever. What she finds out, could that perhaps lead to something like a categorical exclusion saying that a submarine power cable of so many kilowatt, blah, 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 is excluded from any further environmental assessment because we already determined that, would we ever get to that stage? Because what I found out is things can be done over and over and over.
Ellen.
I guess my perspective on that is that what Donna's speaking about is she's talking about one aspect of a cable, right? She's talking about the studies that we've done on EMF or continue to do on EMF. Well, there are other aspects, other impacts associated with the cable, right? So there's the cable laying activity, there's, so all of that. So a categorical exclusion isn't likely. I mean, those analyses are going to be necessary to cover the full spectrum of species and how they might be affected by all of the activity associated with the cable construction, operation, and removal.
What I mean is that there's like a table of contents in the EIS, let's say. And let's say that one chapter is EMF effects. And would we ever get to a stage where we say that one section has already been covered so we can skip it and go to the next one that has to do with deployment, installation, so on and so forth. So certain activities could be, if we already know they don't cause any impact on the environment, why do we have to?
You're saying you, at some point you get to the point where you say, we can check that off.
Yes, forever.
Done, let's move on.
Yeah.
You might be able to, I don't know the answer to your question. Okay. Donna, do you know from a standpoint of NEPA? I don't know.
That environmental analyses are to help inform decision making. So one aspect to help the decision maker taking into account environmental aspects. But they're also very useful for, and part of the reason is to communicate information to the public, right? And so a lot of times it's very useful for the public to go to the EIS because they have concerns and questions. And we may be very confident what we think the impact might be, but it's our duty also to inform the public of what we might think. And so a lot of people ask about EMF. So at this stage, because it's new, there's a lot of interest, the function may be very much to inform the public of how we're making decisions, because we want to be transparent and open. And since there's a lot of concern about the public, at this stage, we're probably going to have a discussion on EMF. That's what we foresee. Of course, I'm not the decision maker here, but that's one of the reasons to keep in mind. It's also to help inform the public of why we're making decisions and going forward, or not going forward, as the case may be.
Good.
Yeah, I think that's a great explanation. Thanks, Donna. I don't know what'll happen far down the line. It's not going to happen now.
I guess what I'm trying to get to, and sorry, is more from the engineering perspective, is that, for example, in the case of acoustics, that's perhaps a bit more advanced than EMF, we already know that after certain thresholds and the frequency of the signal, marine mammals cannot hear it, and usually when you have a device that operates at those frequencies, you get your permit. Pretty straightforward. But you still have to go each time and apply for a permit, even though a similar permit in Oregon already lets you to say you can do this kind of measurement. But because you're going to be doing it in Hawaii, you have to again write the same report. You basically copy and paste with a Word template. But you have to provide the same 3 pages over and over. And I want to get to a space where we say these kind of activities you can copy and paste so you don't have to redo them again. So they are already available in this repository of data. I'm trying, I know you feel the same way. I'm trying to streamline the activities.
I think everyone understands what you're wanting. I think you're probably not going to get a satisfactory answer right now. John.
I found the cable route survey information very interesting to hear about that.
Can you get a little closer to the mic?
I found the cable route information survey, the survey information that was presented was very interesting. And one of my questions was, I related back to some of the endangered species and the concerns with coral and other sensitive habitats. I was going to pose a question to Chris Kelly, who's with the University of Hawaii and was involved in those studies. And the question I have is, how comprehensive were those studies in terms of the environmental baseline data or the habitat value on the seabed that was investigated during this?
John, this is your meeting, so you can go outside the ring. But why don't you step up to a mic if you would?
Okay. Sorry about the shorts. I didn't know I was coming to this meeting until about 12:30. So anyway, the types of data we collected on the surveys were a multi-beam sonar survey, which is basically just looking at the physical characteristics of the seafloor, determining what the depths are along these proposed routes, and whether it was hard or soft substrate. We also had a side scan sonar survey, which also looked in more detail at the texture of the seafloor where these routes were being proposed. And the third thing was a towed camera survey. And that was more to actually look at the seabed, but also to get an idea of what animals were along the route. Now the extent of those surveys, well, I believe that all of the ones that were being proposed by Dr. Taylor at that time, we did run lines through the major ones of those between Oahu and Maui and Molokai. The towed camera survey, the field of view is probably between 2 to 3 feet across, so it's a very, very narrow field of view, and the video is not the highest quality. There was also a couple of ROV surveys along specific areas of the route that were conducted, which you have a larger field of view. But that's pretty much it. I think there was some sediment samples as well that were taken on one of the legs.
Great, thank you. John, did that get to it?
Yeah, so that relates to, go back to Melinda, in terms of, if you look at the regulatory information needs, are there data gaps there that you would like to see filled? And if so, what would they be?
So that's sort of the million-dollar question here. We have lots of different species, and the standard under all three acts, ESA, MMPA, and Magnuson-Stevens, is best available scientific information. So when a project is proposed, the proponent or the action agency brings forth a package saying what they believe the effects will be and the effects on the species. So it's hard for me to answer overall what we would need to see. I mean, there's lots of studies out there already on various disturbance, acoustic disturbance to various species. As Dawn and others said, there's less information about electromagnetic effects. So what do we need? We need the action agencies, whether it be the Corps or BOEM or Department of Energy, whomever, to be able to adequately describe what they believe the effects are, and for us to make an assessment on how that will impact the individual species. And that's going to vary whether it's a coral, stationary coral, or a highly migratory species like a sea turtle or a whale. So I'm finding it difficult to really pinpoint any more specificity, but I think my main concern is the lack of EMF studies for species like sea turtles and marine mammals.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Josh, did you have another question or comment? No. Okay, the car was up. I just didn't know if you were. Okay, no problem. Andrea.
Follow-up question to Celeste on the surveys. I apologize for not having memorized all the 4 reports, but is there an inventory of the species found during the video and ROV activities in the reports?
Please.
There is not. There is a huge binder of DVDs right now that I don't believe anyone has gone through, and I think the inventory of species is going to take a fair amount of knowledge about the deep sea animals, because there's quite a lot of different animals that are recorded on that, and you're looking at them from an overhead perspective. So if you don't know them quite well, then you're going to have no idea what you're looking at.
So I guess a question for each of you, which is that intended to be done? And Andrea, are you saying that that's a data need that should be filled?
I'm hearing that people were looking for that kind of information,
Right.
so I wanted to know whether
It could be a
their
source.
study provided it, and it sounds like deriving an inventory from the work that they did would be difficult.
But at least a possible to do would be explore whether or not that is a source of any data, I guess.
So that inventory can be done, but it just is a matter of getting the right person or people to do the inventory. They just have to have a fairly good knowledge of the animals at the depths where the cable is being proposed.
Okay, good. I think there was another question in the corner here. Yeah.
Yeah, again, and I wasn't at the last meeting, so I don't know how much of this was covered, but I certainly would like to better understand the impacts of installation and maintenance, both in terms of noise as well as, I know it's only maybe a 10-inch diameter cable, but what's needed to actually lay it, what area is disturbed in that process. So better understanding noise and other impacts for installation and maintenance.
Good. Jim, I think I saw your card.
Yes, I had another question, I guess, for Chris here. So when you did those undersea cable studies, does that mean between a given location, say like Oahu and Molokai?
Jim, I'm sorry, can you get closer to the mic? It's hard for people to hear.
When SOAS did those cable studies, is there only like one specific line that was studied, one route? Just one line in the sand, literally, that was studied between 2 points, like Oahu and Molokai? Is that, or was there a range, like a half-mile area?
No, it was the specific lines that were on the table at that time. So whatever line was being proposed between Kaneohe and Molokai, for example, and how it went into the channels, that the cameras and the mapping systems ran those lines. So the actual width is dependent on the instrument itself. So side scan sonar, if you're interested in the actual texture of the seafloor, can have a fairly wide swath there. So you can have several hundred meters of seafloor imaged in the side scan sonar. But again, the towed camera for the animals was 2 to 3 feet.
Narrow, right.
So very, very narrow.
Good. Okay. Please.
So getting back to, the one line thing, and so that we have routes that have been surveyed, and I'm looking back at the first thing we discussed this morning, which was the goal of this task force, which was to facilitate renewable energy development, to do intergovernmental coordination. And I'm looking at the shiny acorns, and I'm thinking that can you regulatory agencies, we're now clear on jurisdictions and permitting and what you folks are looking at and a lot of the data gaps, but can we actually now go one step beyond that and specify what it is we want, where we want it, and what it has to contain, what kind of mitigation? Just specify the preferred scenario already. That is the greatest facilitation I think we could do. Other than that, the Pacific Ocean is a big, huge ocean. And we could go ad nauseam. We could be here forever looking at impacts and
So honing in on this as early as possible.
How do we get back to the purpose of intergovernmental coordination, which is to facilitate renewable energy development? And the transmission line that's going to really change everything in Hawaii, really. And so we understand our jurisdictions very clearly, and you have the right people around the room. It's almost taking us to the next step to say, okay, so what is the preferred scenario? What is the preferred, what does it look like? How many layers does it have? I counted 15. That's incredible information. It worries me that we're going to have the RFP. It's like the tail wagging the dog. when we could actually collectively determine what is the preferred scenario for public interest purposes, for impact, environmental resource management impact scenario. I mean, we can actually dictate this instead of having us analyze somebody else's preferred scenario and have to mitigate our way through that. That could be the least preferred scenario, but because it comes out of an RFP process that we don't control, we're just going to mitigate that, and then end up, you know, again, I don't know. To me, it's a tail wagging the dog instead of, look, we're the dogs. We can control this gang, you know, and we have the public mandate. We have the resource mandate. We have these public purpose mandates that demand us to kind of get our act together.
I don't know if, Jim, you wanted to jump in on that?
Yeah, I'll try. It seems to me that the only source of that knowledge or process to get to that knowledge might be the current IRP process that HECO's going through. So that's a PUC-run process that's trying to look at the roadmap for the next 20 years for HECO and KIUC ultimately. So that's the utilities responding to a request and mandates from the PUC representing the state of Hawaii. So that may be the best source of, like, the high-level planning that may dictate ultimately where cables are run. I don't know of another source that is going to have authority and jurisdiction and point in that direction.
Was that did you say why aren't they here?
No,
oh. Well, I don't believe the PUC would be around the table technically as a task force, right? So there are a couple more people who want to jump in. I also want to be mindful of the time. I think we are scheduled to adjourn at around 20 of 4 and a public session at 4. I also know this is the first chance we've had a chance to get into conversation, so I don't want to cut it off either. So maybe.
Hi, I just wanted to add to Leah's comments and also put, I know it's very far down the line, but decommissioning is something that definitely should be looked at as well.
Okay, good.
Because that has its own set of issues.
So is that in terms of understanding what the decommissioning process is like, the obligations for?
I guess I'm looking at it more from like a managed unit or a managed species, but I'm sure there's a lot more that can be looked at than just no one trust resources.
So impact of decommissioning on managed species? Okay. And I think, did I see another card up? Did you? Okay. I thought someone else wanted to jump in, right?
Hi, I just wanted to mention, it's Veronica Rocha from State Energy Office, that AECOM's report on the Hawaii Inter-Island Renewable Energy Program, which is up on our website, may have information about the list of species. It's a may, but just to bring it to your attention.
Okay. Okay, good, thank you. Okay, if there are no other comments, Ellen, I'm going to invite you back to the table here. Oh, wait, but you have time to walk slowly because Jim has a comment.
I was just going to say, you said early on that the folks around the table do not have to stay for the public comment period, but I would just personally, in representing DOE, encourage everyone to stay to hear the public comments.
Yes.
Certainly from our point of view, in the PIS process, we found that invaluable in helping us understand the constituents that we're trying to be responsive to and caring for.
Well said, and I would certainly endorse that.
Sorry, I missed the first part this morning. How far, I don't know who to ask the question, how far along the conceptual design, have you already decided? This is just really, you're just exploring the possibility, right? You don't have like a specific developer that wants to put a wind farm and submarine power cable? So I don't know, sorry. I should read the paper.
As part of the RFP process? I don't think there's an answer yet.
Nobody wants to answer that.
I think we're just going to let that one settle down. Okay, so at this point, I want to shift to sort of where we're going from here and next steps, action items and next steps. The action items, I think there are just a few that came out. First of all, I think we have a very good list of data needs that will be helpful to for BOEM and DBET to be looking at and sort of seeing what there can be developed further and be brought back for the task force's consideration and just the overall processes work. In terms of immediate next steps, I think we already mentioned that the presentations will be put up on the web. That was requested, so that should happen. There were the reports that Sandy Shore was referring to, and I think we heard that they're already up and online. So those two have been handled. Clearly, there was interest in hearing reports back from DOD when the site assessment is done. I think as well the report on the electric grid study. So I think those are some to-dos to come back here, and I think whatever work, Donna, you're doing and generating on the EMF is clearly of interest to this group. Beyond that, I don't think there were any other specific next steps that I heard, but I'll throw it over to the floor in case I missed any. But if not, I think I'd like to ask Ellen just to talk about where do we go from here. I'll let you kick that off.
Well, there are, I think there are lots of options about where we go from here. And we'd certainly be interested in hearing what your ideas are. I did want to tell you about a couple of things. First of all, we've contracted with NREL to provide some education sessions. And it's training with respect to offshore wind, marine hydrokinetics, renewable energy markets, grid integration, issues like that, issues that you would be interested in learning more about. And the contracts ask them to give a 1 or 2 day session, calling on state organizations, utilities, academia, other parties to present information, to make those presentations so that they would organize the information based on what it was that we wanted to further educate ourselves about as we start to really get closer to considering specific projects. So what would, I think, really be helpful to us, and we'll send you out a letter to this effect as well, I think, is to ask you what you would like to see in that. And it is likely that educational opportunity would be possibly our next meeting, that we would do it in the context of the group and do it as our next meeting. So I think that that's a great opportunity that we have for all of us to learn more. I think there's a lot of information around the table. I don't want to diminish, what we have around the table, but I think that a lot of us know pieces of things, and we might want to know more about more things. So this is an opportunity. We'll send you guys a letter asking for your thoughts and ideas about this, and more robustly explaining what that is. So that's one of the things that we're going to do. I had a short conversation with Jesse Suki a little bit earlier about what the sequencing is with respect to the actions that the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management might take, and the RFP itself. So it's the question of where the lease sits in all of this. So should the lease be issued first? Can a lease be issued provisionally if there are offshore wind proposals, that is? And I guess we are talking also about a cable right-of-way. There needs to be, is that true about the cable right-of-way too? There has to be a claim to the land on which that cable would be going, or is it the right-of-way doesn't have the same status as a lease itself? Do you know? With the RFP. The RFP is the controller. Right, so, yeah, so we'll look at that question and whether or not there's an opportunity for, if we're first in line and we need to take the first action, what that first action might be. And if in fact we are the agency, the entity that takes the first action, either on a cable right-of-way, or certainly we know for certain on an offshore wind lease or leases, how we might manage that. That in fact would probably prompt us to get those applications earlier rather than later. So if we precede the RFP, what that means, to what extent we need to do analysis and what that analysis might look like, as opposed to us coming second to the RFP. So we're still trying to sort that out. I know it's a little scary for the developers to hear that, but we are looking at that issue now. We're going to look at that more carefully and certainly talk to our headquarters office about that. So we'll have information to share about that at our next meeting, and I'm sure that the industry, the industry will be coming to us and asking us questions about it even before our next meeting.
Good. Mark, did you want to fold in anything?
Well, I think, first of all, thanks again to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management for taking the time to be so methodical in the approach and development. We view it from the longer term. I know it's hard in the political realm to think, okay, well, there's a whole set of projects and initiatives we want to get done right now. But this effort in particular has to take a longer view. So I remember maybe it was the first or second meeting, there were questions about, well, if there's a programmatic EIS and it's just beginning, wouldn't you benefit from having that completed to develop an RFP? Well, sure, absolutely. But we're in the position we are. There was a kind of a long history in the development of that intermittent RFP, which could or may not include a cable proposal. So right now we're trying to, I think, put together the best practices on how to move forward. And so, from that perspective, I think this is really positive, but it will inform us about how we do get together and come up with much clearer proposals in the future, I think, which will involve players that are here engaging. We'll have to figure out how to do that because, the PUC typically provides some sort of guidance on what they're looking for, and then it's usually utility that prepares and issues these things. In some cases, our department has been granted the ability to sit at the table, and we find that to be helpful. But this process sort of points out some of the things that mean that maybe the processes can be improved. So all of that we're taking to serious consideration, and those are the kinds of things that we hope moving forward you'll continue to think about and advise and thoughtfully write up or recommend, and we can figure out how to act upon them in the future.
Good. Any final thoughts from others around the table on sort of next steps and where you see the task force heading before we move to adjourn and then shift to public session? Anybody? Any other final words from you all? John?
The one thing that I wanted to point out, we have asked DOD to do this assessment, and when we look at the constraints that may be imposed by the Department of Defense agencies, I just wanted to reassure everybody that we're also looking at, and I think Donna's been clear about this, at environmental information and the kinds of constraints that may or may not be in evidence associated with those environmental values. Sarah's talked about the Pacific Region Ocean Uses Atlas, which will give us yet additional information about potential conflicts on the OCS and in state waters. And all of that information really might help us map areas and identify opportunity areas for industry.
Yeah, and I think we've seen on the East Coast that this process has gone forward quite well, and I think John sort of alluded to that early on.
Right. And so well that they're going to be, there's anticipated wind energy lease sales, in 2013, and that's pretty remarkable that right. Process has in fact yielded these wind energy areas, and that might be a reasonable model. For Hawaii as well, as we start identifying more of these constraints.
And surely some lessons learned there to be gleaned. please.
I hesitate to bring this up, but as we're talking about sort of leasing in federal state jurisdiction, on behalf of my boss, Chairman Isla, I thought I wanted to just mention the idea of archipelagic waters and this question of sort of from the 3 to 12 mile area, whether the state has regulatory authority, and just to put that out there as kind of an outstanding question that needs to probably be addressed at some point.
Yeah, actually, Jesse and I were just talking about that a little bit, so absolutely, thank you. Yes, it is.
Any other final comments from anyone around the table? Donna? Or sort of around the table? Donna? Oh, okay. I thought you'd done that before. Yeah, please.
Should I do that now?
Yes, this would be a good time because soon people will leave.
Testing. Yeah, I had a couple questions about the differences between an AC cable and a DC cable, and on sidebar questions, and I just wanted to bring those forth to you so that everyone gets to hear all the conversations. And that is, most of the work that I talked about in the field was done on AC cables. I wanted to make sure that everyone understood in that synthesis report that I showed, and that which is available on the web, there are a lot of data presented on DC cables that are either in the water or proposed to be in the water, and the associated EMF fields with those cables. And I would also like to mention that the rating of the cable, either if it's like a 33 kilovolt or a 100 megawatt, it's not like a 1-to-1 ratio. So the field has to be considered for each cable, and the configuration of the cable is also important. On a DC cable, if you, what matters a lot and what the EMF that's emitted is the position of the return cable, and that can vary, can be bundled next to each other. And if that happens, there's like a cancellation of the field. If it's farther apart, you get this sort of bimodal expression of the field. And that's all that kind of technical information is in that synthesis report. So I kind of glossed over some of the technical aspects in my talk, but I want to say there is a very good lengthy discussion in that synthesis report to help understand the differences between AC and DC EMFs.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, just before we adjourn, I do want to see in the audience how many members of the public have questions or comments. If you could just raise your hands so I know how many people were. 2. Okay, great. So I think we'll adjourn at this point and then just ask any members of the public who want to have a comment. Maybe there's a couple of open seats here. If you just come up to the table. We'll break for 5 minutes. Again, I think as Jim said, if task force members can stay, that's of course encouraged, but we also recognize you may have obligations. So we'll take 5 minutes and then we will start the public session.
Are you recording the public comments?
We will be recording them. Again, not as a transcript, but as a summary. Great. Thank you all very much, and thank you to our hosts. There you go. And just state your name and any affiliation that would be helpful for us.
Okay. As I said in the beginning, my name is Kanohawai Lukuhelm, and the organization that I represent is Aialoha Molokai. And our stance on Molokai, after 2 surveys done, over 97% of people oppose the cable coming to Molokai and oppose the wind farm that is planned there. My first question is how do I get one of these fancy name cards so that I can sit on the table over here? It seems to me that everyone is here except the people that are going to be the most affected by this development. I find it very sad that we don't have any of those people here. So my first question is, how do we get the people that will be possibly the most affected, such as people of Molokai and Lanai, as I saw the cable over there hooking up to Molokai and Lanai, possibly Maui. How do we get these people to be represented and participating in this dialogue?
Great question. Let me probably let Ellen answer that, but
But I think the questions that are in there is, why is this group convened the way it is, which Sarah and I were just talking about a moment ago. There is a sort of legal distinction here that would be good to talk about. And then I think the second piece of the question is, how can the public engage in a productive way? So, Ellen.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for asking that question. The group is not formed under what's known as the Federal Advisory Committee Act. Federal Advisory Committee Act creates a situation where you have public and private members that gather to give the government advice or whatever the function of the group is. We do have a number of committees that are what's known as FACA committees, Federal Advisory Committee Act committees. And we have, for instance, we have a scientific advisory committee, and we also have, every now and then, we have a policy advisory committee that has addressed oil and gas issues. So this group and none of our task forces, and we have, I believe it is now 12 task forces, are not constituted under the Federal Advisory Committee Act. Because they're not constituted under the Federal Advisory Committee Act, we can't have private members. We can only have members of the committee who are either government elected officials or representatives of those elected officials. So we have federal agencies, we have state agencies, and local agencies. I hesitate to say this because I think this is also controversial, but also in our other task forces, we also have federally recognized tribes who sit on the renewable energy task forces. So the task forces have a responsibility to, or have a role in, as a coordinating body to sort of share information, to try to help the agency look at issues associated with renewable energy projects and renewable energy leasing, rights of way, and whatever. It is not the only opportunity. There are other opportunities that are created in where we have our task forces that are more experienced and farther along. As I said, there's a lot going on the Atlantic coast right now. There have been a number of different stakeholder groups that have been convened, and they are convened by the state and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management to look carefully and discuss in great detail the issues, concerns, ideas, and recommendations of those stakeholder groups, whether those stakeholder groups are within communities or whether they are specific groups, like commercial fishermen or even fishermen of a certain species. So that's how we have handled the non-governmental input into the process. And again, this process is a process where you have, you identify opportunity areas for consideration of renewable energy activity on the Outer Continental Shelf, and possibly even look at applications from companies and discuss the kind of information that would be useful to those agencies in making their regulatory decisions.
Okay, so long story short, if I not want federal agency or federal agency involved in a particular issue of laying the cable, or a native tribe, I cannot sit at the table, even though I'll be the most affected by this cable, and my people will be.
Yes, but I just want to emphasize that it's not an effort to exclude people. It's an effort to. It's one opportunity. This is one opportunity to discuss the issues, but we will create additional opportunities.
Right. I was going to say, if you think of it as multiple paths, and
well, there's been a lot of multiple paths because we've been participating in many different processes, and it's been time-consuming, and it's been costing a lot of money. Just to fly over here, we've been selling T-shirts. We don't have the millions of dollars like Pattern Energy and Biological Capital. So we've been participating in the PEIS. We have a person sitting on the IRP. And then there's this current process going on now, and everything is happening on parallel tracks. And our concern is, why go through all of this process when they're going to answer the RFP before the IRP is done and finalized?
Please, you want to?
This is a good example. If we're not going to Molokai, like it would be good to say that, right? If we're going straight to Maui, if that's really the path we're going, then the whole island would be very happy to know, and they don't have to fundraise and don't have to dog these processes when that's not in the cards right now, and so, that kind of disclosure is important, and this is a good example of why, we need to make a call here, and, we're the agencies that would be making the call anyway.
Yeah, and it seems to me if, in the IRP it came out that that a cable was not needed, then this whole planning process would be for nothing.
I think Ellen wants to jump in.
Yeah, I think that one of the things to understand is that this group exists largely for the benefit, well, in part for the benefit of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and our responsibility is a responsibility associated with specific projects. Our responsibility is not a responsibility that is the issues that you are dealing with necessarily with the RFP at this point. So when things come to us as specific projects, we'll be going through an intensive coordination effort on existing projects. And what we are looking for here is we are looking to understand what the full spectrum, or at least one, not full spectrum, but one aspect of the planning, what the planning considerations are for ourselves as we educate ourselves going forward. We spend money efficiently on environmental studies so that we answer a lot of the questions that we think will come up to us in the future. Now, I don't know if you find that comforting or you don't find that comforting, but it's a constraint that we deal with. We have a regulatory responsibility when it comes to individual projects. I'll give you just one example, and that is that we are hoping to identify wind energy areas, for lack of a better term, as they've done on the Atlantic coast. So on the Atlantic coast, they've worked with the task forces and they've worked with stakeholder groups to really understand what the constraints are out on the ocean for the consideration of wind farms. And those considerations are largely biological considerations. There are industrial considerations such as commercial fishing. There certainly might be cultural considerations, all sorts of considerations. And they have used that process to identify or define an area as a wind energy area, and then say to developers, this is an area that you can come into and have your projects expedited in a way because a lot of these issues that you've been concerned about have been discussed, and we know a lot about them, and we've discussed them in this forum, and we've discussed them in other forums. So it's not the only forum. It is where we're starting, and from here, as things get more specific, we would go to stakeholder groups, work with the agencies individually, and reach out to the constituencies they deal with most specifically. It's not the only forum, and it also is, what HECO does with the RFP is in many ways separate. So for us, it's not just about the cable. It's about providing opportunity for renewable energy overall. That's our regulatory responsibility overall on the Outer Continental Shelf.
Right. Please.
I'm Henry Curtis, Executive Director of Life of the Land. We were appointed by the PUC to sit on the Reliability Standards Working Group and the Integrated Resource Planning Advisory Group. We're an intervener in the Big Wind docket. We filed a motion to intervene in the RFP docket. We're intimately involved in energy issues, and we have been for 4 decades. I would hope that the regulators are neutral and unbiased and open-minded to different proposals. I noticed that that you provided a list of people or entities that might come in and educate you in the future. I noticed that all of them have one thing in common. They're fanatical believers in the cable. I would hope that in looking at the sphere of things, you don't forget the sphere of those who are concerned about this proposal, and to recognize that within this state, within the history of this state, this is one of the 3 biggest energy fights that we've ever faced. We faced a transmission line via Gila Ridge, which lasted 31 years. We fought geothermal, which has lasted decades. And this one, in terms of the breadth and depth of the opposition, the number of lawyers, the number of separate teams, this is one of the big ones. And yet, mention of the public and community involvement was scant here. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's why I asked before at what stage where, because as far as I'm concerned, I could be misinformed. You really what I call the concept. You're conceptualizing the possibility of having a cable project, but I don't think that you really have someone that wants to put a cable in the ocean right now. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, I agree, of course, with the involvement of all the stakeholders, but I don't think you're there yet because, you know, we go from concept to preliminary design, but you're still conceptualizing. I thought, maybe I'm wrong, but are there any companies that are proposing to put a wind farm in a submarine power cable in Molokai? I didn't know that. I mean, maybe you can help me. I don't know. And I live here, by the way.
Pattern Energy came to our community, I think, about a year ago. So, you know, actually they beat everybody to the punch. They came to the community asking what kind of benefits would be good for the community. And they may very well be meeting with people as of today, presently. We don't know, but everything is kind of in the dark, and you know, we're waiting for the RFP.
Okay. John?
Yeah, I'll jump in and address Luis's question there. In terms of where we are, we're in the planning stages for renewable energy development on the OCS. We do not have any formal applications that have been submitted, either for the right-of-way or for an offshore wind farm. But we have had discussions with interested parties, and they are looking at Hawaii, and they are evaluating at this point whether they're going to move forward in terms of requesting leases for offshore wind farms and also cable developers and their consultants. We've had some expressions of interest, and so that's where it stands. HECO has its process. It's requested, proposals from developers, and I think developers are considering submitting applications, and probably several are planning. That will be, as I understand from talking to Mark earlier, that RFP process will take about a year. Longer than a couple of years to go. There'll be a final RFP, and then PUC and HECO will select what it considers to be the best project, and it go through the PUC, and PUC will have to approve that. So that's where we are in the process, and at the end of that process, the developers that have submitted the applications will know whether they can go forward, at least on the power cable, around the cable. And it'll be clarity. There'll be clarity at that point in terms of whether there's one project.
Those developers will have to do an EIS, right?
Yes.
So that's the real EIS when everybody can participate. So this
Yes.
is like a preliminary conceptual thing, basically, for you guys to learn if somebody were to apply, you will know what to do with the application.
Now that's for the cable, and around the cable. Now if we go step back to the offshore wind, the way our regulatory framework exists, we could receive an unsolicited request for an offshore wind farm tomorrow or next week, and we would have to evaluate the proposal. We want the first thing we would do, is it a legitimate application? Is the company legally qualified? Are they technically qualified? And do they are financially qualified? Because to do work offshore, it takes a lot of capital. So we would review that application, we might turn it down and say, no, you don't meet our criteria and our regulations. You're not financially qualified, for example. But if they meet all of those criteria, then what we would do is we'd share with the task force what the proposal is before us. And we'd ask your opinions and advice and counsel, and we'd work with the public.
Just hang on.
Under the PUC's competitive bidding requirement, a wind farm could not just say, we want to put out a wind farm, because the utility would not be able to just automatically accept that wind. It has to be part of an RFP process.
Yes. And they may be able to fall under that. That's the big question. Can they do it in the time frame and meet the milestones that are out there under the RFP? And we don't know. That's yet to be seen. But, you know, the point is, we have this forum and this task force. You know, the purpose of it is to share information. We invite, you know, the public to come and listen. We don't close the doors. It is intergovernmental. We have to limit the discussions to federal, state, and local government representatives, but we welcome the public to come and attend. We could do a lot of things. We could schedule meetings on outer islands at some point. This is only our second meeting. So we have those opportunities before us. In addition, as Ellen said, we have opportunities working with the state to have more extensive outreach efforts, whether it be the fishermen. Now, on the East Coast, we've had public information transfer meetings. We asked the state to lead that. We are there. We present all the information, such as you've heard today, and even more, about how our program works, how our process works. So we're really supportive of engaging with the public. And the reason we have a task force, we don't necessarily have to wait to the end of the day when the application is submitted. We can start now. So it's a matter of timing and what works for people, and when is the best time.
Good, thank you.
I think well, just one thing to add, and talking about input into the planning process, you know, and the lady mentioned earlier about traditional knowledge. I think of everyone here, I spent all my life on the island of Molokai. I know every nook and cranny alongside the coastline, every different species, every different family that uses those species to feed their families. So, you know, I only think it would be a plus to have that local knowledge and add them to committees such as this. It'll only enhance the dialogue.
Fair enough. And you know, I think probably you would get complete knowledge of agreement.
KANOHOWILUKUHELA. I mean, that's a long name, but I think the card can fit.
I'm not going to respond. Played your trump card. But I want to say, any other comments? Anyone?
No, I had my question answered.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm quasi-public, aren't I? Because I started out there.
Yes. You can now be returned to full public.
Okay. When I was involved in the surveys, it's my understanding that the intent of this cable was to vary it, not just 1 meter, 2 meters, but over 3 meters in depth wherever possible. I'm bringing this up because it's also to support your the woman's comments over here about trying to finalize what the plan is as quickly as possible. I'm having a hard time getting around the effect of a cable that's buried 10 feet under the sediment on whales and porpoises and turtles. It may be absolutely irrelevant, and that there could be a potential effect only where that cable emerges and where it has to be run on the surface of the seafloor, not underneath the seafloor. Right. So that the sooner you know where those areas are, the sooner you can evaluate what the potential impacts are. Because right now you can go and you can talk about cable effect on a particular species of mammal, for example, and that's based on data in 30 feet of water off of somewhere else with a totally exposed cable that's transmitting such and such level of electricity. Sure. It's irrelevant. So you know what you're actually going to do.
We're dealing with a fairly minimally defined playing field right now.
Yeah.
Agreed.
But I think, yes, we are, dealing with sort of it's all speculative at this point. But I do think that one of the things that the agencies are trying to do, certainly what we're trying to do, is find out what kind of information exists and to have a discussion about how relevant or that information might be, or where that information might present problems. So we are trying to do, in terms of what we're talking about as planning, we are trying to gather together from the knowledge in this room and the knowledge elsewhere, and we will be seeking traditional knowledge as well, to gather information that is relevant on a broad scale initially, and then to continue to refine that information for the information that we need and other agencies need and the state needs to make decisions about proposals that come before them. And I think that's a really critical function of this group, that we're all educating one another about what the issues are and what kind of information either can be brought to an intelligent discussion of those issues, or needs to be looked at in order to make that discussion more intelligent.
Right. You're really getting ready so that when that definition comes together, you have a much better sense of what the world of data is that's out there and what you can do.
If I could say one thing about the EMF analysis. The EMF analysis off California compared to the analysis here, there has been a discussion that it's DC here versus AC there. But what I don't think came out is that the strength of the cable here is between 15 and 30,000 times the strength of the cable there. That cable was 0.03 megawatts. Ours is going to be 500 to 1,000. That is like talking about a BB gun and an atom bomb. You have a slightly different effect.
Okay. Well, if there's...
I would question those levels that you just said, because as I was trying to say before, you can't just state from what the levels we measured and extrapolate that directly to the proposed DC cable, because the fields are much different. The configuration of how the return cable is, you have canceling out and so forth. So I haven't done the calculations, but I think the statement that you said should be checked with some electrical engineers. They have equations that can model that. And when there's a proposed project, all this is done. We have contracting companies that specialize in this kind of work. And I think I was in error if you got from my presentation that number, because that's not what I was suggesting at all. I was saying there are differences between AC and DC cables. You're correct in that, and it varies according to what a specific type of cable is in. But I'm not sure if the numbers that you just stated are accurate. But we can find that out once we find out more about the proposed cable.
That's certainly
I agree
researchable
with
point.
you on that. We have tried for several years now to figure out what the configuration of the cables are, and we have not been able to do that. Initially, we were told it was going to be a single cable. The earthquake that happened off Kohala on the Big Island knocked out 280 megawatts initially on Oahu, followed by 140 megawatts. That was 420 total. It knocked out the Oahu grid. We asked how a 500 megawatt line, a single line coming in from Oahu to Oahu, wouldn't that have the same effect, that you might knock out the entire grid? After a long time, we were told, okay, it's going to be more than one cable, but we have never been told what the configuration is, and therefore you're right. It was just an illustration.
Okay, good, good. Good. Well, let me thank you both for sharing the comments, and I really want to thank the task force members for hanging in. I think it really is important for as many of the task force members as possible to hear these conversations and to keep them going. So thanks to everybody.
Thank you for hanging on. Thank you.
Good.
I think.
Thank you. We'll adjourn the meeting at this point. Thank you very much.
they're going to control it, yes.